We're live on there. We're live there. All right. I think all systems are go, yeah? Okay, Kick is working now. Thank fucking God. Alhamdulillah. Okay, all right. That's money. Okay, I got at least 3 out of the 4 that I need working. We can get this stream fucking started. Hell yeah. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here. You wanna know what I fucking hate about my car? If I put something that weighs like 3 pounds onto the shotgun seat, the car starts thinking that it's a passenger sitting in that seat without a seatbelt, and it just starts making a dinging noise. So, yeah. Let this be a lesson to me to never betray Japanese automotive companies. Only buy Japanese cars. Everything else is gay and unreliable. No, I didn't just start. This is my like 4th attempt to start a stream, because every time I started, like in the past 30 minutes, fucking either YouTube crashed or Kick crashed. So it's been frustrating right off the bat, but I suppose that's what comes with the territory, I guess. We're not in the hood though yet. We're still migrating from the good parts. We got to get out of the good parts and get into the so-so areas. We're leaving like the Del Amo Mall area. I don't know if you guys are really familiar with Del Amo Mall, but it's like the 2nd biggest mall in America. It's the biggest shopping mall west of the Mississippi River. Yeah, so we're leaving that area. It's a nice middle-class neighborhood. Not really, doesn't really have much in common with South Central. Everything's different about this part of LA compared to other parts. Like, I think my viewers, they're looking for content that comes from like the Black and the Mexican areas, or maybe like the Filipino and Samoan and Tongan areas. This area is all like whites, Koreans, Japanese, Chinese. Those are like the predominant ethnicities in this area. Lot of mutts, a lot of hybrids, you know. I'm one of them. I'm half white, half Asian. So you see a lot of people who kind of look like me around here. We don't really look like people in all the more ghetto parts. It's like completely different. Like the way that it is in my area is like you cross one street and it goes from being like predominantly white and Asian to like all Mexicans. And we're getting close to that border right now. New York City is kind of the same way, I observed. You know, because like you have all these like little enclaves everywhere. It's like you have Chinatown, and it's like so obviously Chinese. And then you have, what's it called? What's that neighborhood in New York City where all the Jews are at? Fuck, what's it called? I think it begins with a B. What's that name of that neighborhood that all the Jews live in Brooklyn? And like you go there, it's like nothing but Jews. Everybody's like dressed like a Hasidic Jew. They the supermarkets are all kosher, and everything has Hebrew lettering over the storefronts. Not New Brunswick, dude. That's fucking like Canada. That's like by Nova Scotia, where Trailer Park Boys was filmed. I haven't watched that show in like 10, 20 years. That was an old classic. Not Borough Park, bro. Dude. It's the Jewish neighborhood in Brooklyn. And if you were to like Google search that, it would give you the name of it. Dude, you guys literally don't know how to use Google. Oh, dude, like seriously, you guys are gonna make me have to do a Google search on my own because you guys can't do it yourselves. God damn it. Okay. What is the largest Jewish neighborhood in Brooklyn? No. Okay, Borough Park. No, okay. Hey, I fucked up. My bad. I meant, I was referring to South Williamsburg. I didn't know it was called Borough Park, too. Yeah, that's what I meant. Williamsburg. And then there's a whole bunch at the Marcy Apartments or whatever. It's like the Marcy Projects. That's where Jay-Z grew up. I saw a bunch of them walking around there. I took a lift right past the Marcy Projects so that I can go to a medical supply store so I could get the boot brace for my broken foot. Yeah, our roads are fucked. It gets worse though. This is like not even the worst of it. And nobody bitches and complains about the state of the roads here than I do. Like, people were giving me shit on my first stream. They're saying like, oh, you sound so privileged. Why? Because I think that we shouldn't have potholes in the streets so that we don't have to drive 15 miles per hour anywhere to get to places. And people were like going off at me like, you're so privileged. It's like, bitch, shut the fuck up, dude. You think it's cool to go around everywhere in a car and go 15 miles per hour and destroy your suspension and your alignment? What good does that do for anybody? Like, people are like trying to defend that shit. It's like, you know, you have to be unemployed. Like, you clearly don't care where your taxes go. You know, it's like, you're gonna have people, it's like a bell curve for people's intelligence. You're gonna have people that are average IQ at 100. I don't know where I'm at. Sometimes I think I'm becoming retarded with age. But then you're gonna have people who are below 100, below the mean. You're gonna have people that are above it. And some days I get like a bunch of cool ass people on my stream, and then other days I get just like a bunch of fucking idiots, and I have no control over it. It's like a gamble every single time. Tell Trump to spend money on roads rather than fighting illegal wars. Yeah, I mean, but you see, the thing with politicians, they listen to their donors. Okay, they don't care about regular people. It's all a bait and switch. And like, really, the only way that you should ever vote is by investigating people's campaign finances and where their money is coming from. Because when Trump ran in 2016, like, I think over half of his money came from small donors, like just everyday people from the grassroots movement. And then in 2024, it was predominantly like large donors. And so if you want to know why things are the way they are, look at the donors, look at who's giving them money. Okay, you have to look deeper than just like, oh, Republican, Democrat. You have to look at where the money's coming from. And you have to kind of know like history between, you know, all the players in the Middle East and how we fit into it. You have to know the history of the Middle East too, which is funny because in public education in America, they don't teach you anything about the Middle East, even though that's where it's been the most poppin' ever since we were kids, right? I was 10 years old when 9/11 happened. When 9/11 went down, I was 10, and you know, I'm taking history classes throughout middle school and high school, and we spent a shit ton of time on World War II and the Holocaust. We spent a lot of time on, you know, ancient Greece, Rome, and not much time on anything else. Like, we didn't learn anything about the Middle East, but the Middle East, it's like the most chaotic. The most amount of money is going towards different conquests and activities and policies revolving around the Middle East, and we don't know anything about it. They don't teach you anything about the Middle East in public education. So I think that's how they're able to get the media to really just program the public on what to think about it, because everybody's going into anything that happens in the Middle East with complete ignorance. Okay, well, come to California. Maybe in California we're just dumb and they don't teach us shit. But I was in a good school district. Like, our school district was considered really fucking good, top of the line. Like, I went to school in Torrance, and the vast majority of the people who I went to school with, they went to universities and stuff, and people want to live where I grew up because of the school districts, and it's like, we never learned shit about the Middle East. We never learned anything. And so now it's like, everybody's got to kind of play catch up and learn about what's going down and why we're always trying to get involved with everything that happens over there. Yeah, and by the way, if you're just tuning in, we're in Scott Park, Piru neighborhood. This is in Carson. I just felt like going down these alleys because I haven't been here in like maybe 4 months. Once in a while you get lucky and you find some tags, but you know, with like a lot of these hoods in Carson, they're not consistent with their graffiti, and it gets buffed out very quickly. There's a couple hoods around here. You got the Scott Park Pyrus, and then you got the Catskill Streets. Catskill Street is a Southsider Mexican gang that beats with the Piru gangs. I think they're clicked up with Carson 13. So I think Carson's a lot of like Mexicans versus Polynesians. Where are the Pyrus? Probably not outside. Like, in Carson, I don't think I've ever seen homies outside at night. I've seen them outside during the daytime, but nighttime, no, never. I once saw a bunch of, so you got Pyrus that are Samoan, and then you got some that are black. And I think the majority of like the black ones, they're in like the Scottsdales. And then I think Cabbage Patch is mostly black too. The Scottsdales, I once said on my Facebook or my Instagram that it's probably like the most ghetto part of the harbor area. And then everybody was giving me shit for it. I'm like, well, like, I understand that there's projects elsewhere. Like, you know, you got the Rancho San Pedro projects in San Pedro, but those aren't like it's definitely gang infested, but it's not like ghetto. You don't have the potholes. The PJs from the outside don't look like they're falling apart. They don't look as grungy looking as Jordan Downs did or Imperial Courts. Yeah, maybe we'll go to Scottsdales. We're not too far away. That's just on Avalon and Sepulveda. So this is my 7th night streaming in a row. And after tonight's stream, that will conclude my first week as a quote-unquote streamer. And it's kind of crazy. I already have like some regulars. I recognize some names in chat. So shout out to y'all who've been around since earlier this week. I'm gonna keep this shit going, and we'll see how the journey ends up. I look forward to doing stuff other than just Nightcrawl stuff. I just got me and my friends, we got this summer pass at Topgolf, and I think I might stream a golf session where you guys can watch me and some of the homies hit some golf balls. I'm actually pretty ass at Topgolf, so if you need somebody to like laugh at, I guess I'll be everybody's punching bag or whatever. Who here plays golf? Do you guys play golf? I've played golf. I've only done a par 3 like maybe 5 or 6 times. I actually got like a pretty dope ass setup for pretty cheap. I think I got a bunch of Callaway golf clubs. Yeah, they're Callaways. It's like a full set. And I got it for $300 on Facebook Marketplace. And then I got one of those blue and black carry bags from Amazon for $100. So my set was like $450. Quit crying, you sound like a female. Am I crying? I'm not crying. You guys just like hear and see shit. I think you have schizophrenia. Dude, like the people who hate on me on the stream, they literally just like make up shit that never even happened, and they say that like, stop doing this. It's like, well, I never did that. You're tripping over something that didn't even happen. Yeah, this is a Scottsdales. Yeah, it's like all these townhomes, and like they're all like falling apart. Yeah. It's a hood safari, all right. You know, like people who like are from the hood, it's like you have like the 5 or 10% who say like, hey, you know, the hood is not meant to be a safari. You know, they'll like lecture me and shit on it. And then the other 90% just want me to do more and more and more of it. Hey, do any of you guys have, are any of you guys any good at IT? Because if I start making money off of streams, then I'm definitely gonna need an IT guy who's cool, that can bring around. You know, definitely gonna have to be a little nocturnal like myself. Right now, I make $0 off of streaming. I just lose money. I drank a shit ton of water before I started this stream. I'm probably gonna have to piss soon. Fuck. Yeah, $6 a gallon for gas. The cheapest you can get for is like $5.70. Oh, by the way, hey, so I'm down to go to Fig tonight. I went last night, and the thing that I'm gonna do, I have a condition. If you want me to go to Fig and go to the Blade, if I get at least 50 people to watch this stream on Kick, I'll go. Last night I got about 20 people. I'm trying to like raise the bar a little bit tonight, and I'll stick around for like 30 or 60 minutes. If I can get at least 75 viewers on Kick watching this same exact live stream, I'm streaming on Kick right now too. If I can get at least 75 people watching on Kick, I'll go to Harbor Boulevard in Santa Ana and I'll go to that Blade tonight. So I will go to Fig and I'll go to the Blade in Orange County. And the Blade in Orange County, I think, has like different types of girls. The Blade on Fig, it's like mostly like black and Mexican, right? Some white girls. But I think in Orange County, you get more Asians. It's more of a mix. It's like Asian Latina. So I will do both in one night if I can get up to 75 live viewers on Kick. If I can get up to 100, then maybe I'll do fucking, what can I throw in there? Maybe I'll go all the way to Orange County, and then maybe I'll drive all the way back to San Fernando Valley, and then we'll do some shit out there too. So we'll do like a crazy stream where we'll just like go to like 3 different counties and shit. It'll be crazy. So yeah, if you want to see some action on the Blade, go to your Kick account or download Kick, the app, and look up Cali Hood page, no, I'm not gonna pick them up, but it's like people want to see them because they're horny and they want to like beat off to something. So I'm like the broker for that. I allow them to find some degenerate shit to goon on. That's my new purpose in life, I guess, is I cater to a bunch of goons and help them get off. I guess I've sold my soul, guys. We're cooked. So yeah, I'll do a fixed stream. Like, the sooner that we get 50 viewers on Kick watching the same exact stream on Cali Hood page, then the sooner I will, like, as soon as we hit like 50, I'm gonna go straight to the blade. I promise, I swear. I'm keeping an eye on it too. Or you know what, maybe I'll like go to Fig, I'll do like a little teaser, and then once I get the viewership numbers up when I arrive, then I'll be like, okay, I'll keep doing this, but I gotta get more people. You have to understand what my incentives are as a streamer, because like YouTube doesn't pay me. I don't get paid at all. And Kick doesn't pay me, but if I hit a certain amount of viewership consistently on Kick, then I can start getting paid. And that's my goal. Otherwise, you know, I'll be doing this for free forever. If I was getting like a ton of super chats on YouTube, I wouldn't have to do this. I wouldn't give a shit about Kick. But that's not really the case. So, you know, I try to do what's best for what, you know, in terms of what my viewers want, but I also gotta think about myself. If I'm not taking care of myself, I can't take care of anybody else, and I'll just like retire from this shit. So that's just kind of how it is. It's like a negotiation. If you guys give me something that I want, I'll give you guys what you want. And I think that's fair. You stream on multiple applications. I use this app called Prism, and you have to like pay for it. You have to pay for it. Like, you can stream on up to 6 different applications. The problem is like sometimes you have bugs and glitches, and like you try to stream on all of them simultaneously, and then one of them doesn't work. And that happened to me 3 times when I was starting the stream. At first YouTube wasn't working, then after that Kick wasn't working. Claim a set. I grew up in a nice area. I never Yeah, I knew people who gangbang. Like, I met plenty of people. If I want followers, talk to the audience. That's what I do. I do talk to the audience. What the fuck are you talking about? You're an idiot. We're gonna go to South Central. We're gonna go around the Blade area. We're gonna go around Fig for a little bit. The point of the stream is to go to bad areas and to look at sketchy shit that happens around LA. That's the point of this stream in particular, but that's not all that I do or plan on doing. Oh fuck, dude. Ah shit, I fucked up, guys. I missed my exit. I was at Crenshaw and Slauson like last night, or a couple nights ago. And honestly, like late as fuck, there's not much happening on Crenshaw and Slauson. It's pretty quiet. Highway patrol. We're gonna go close to the Blade. I think we're gonna head that area. The Blade means red light district. It's synonymous with a red light district. It's where Johns go to pick up 304s to have sex and catch STDs with, essentially. Like, I honestly don't know how people like consistently go to the Blade and just hook up with hookers. Like, my fear of catching STDs overrides that impulse. Like, because if you catch an STD and it's not curable, your life is gonna be shit. And it's like, dude, that's not worth the risk. But to a lot of people it is, apparently. Imagine kissing a hooker. Yeah. Imagine telling a hooker that you love her first time. Hey, who else would fall in love with a hooker after having sex with her once? I'm just kidding, I wouldn't do that. yeah, you guys, you don't get addicted to hookers, man. There's like certain things that are just like really bad to get addicted to. I think hookers is one of them. Gambling is another really bad one. I wouldn't put beating off as being as bad as prostitutes though, because, well, one is free and one costs money, and one is going to keep you safe from catching something, the other is going to give you every disease in the book. You know how, dude, every time I've gone to like Planned Parenthood, like I'm like always afraid that like I have herpes or something, right? Because it's hard to catch, or it's hard to test for unless if you have an open sore. So the times I've gone to Planned Parenthood, I asked them, hey, so what percentage of people have herpes? And they say like 90% of people have herpes. And I think that's bullshit. I don't see 90% of people walking around with cold sores on their lips. And I know people who have that, and they cope by saying like, oh, well, 90% of people have this. I'm like, 90% of people do not get fucking cold sores on their lip. Like, I would say it's probably less than 10%, probably less than 5% of people who get it. Yeah. I would think that the vast majority of hookers have herpes. And that's why you don't kiss them. I've gotten canker sores, and that's why I'm paranoid, because like I've gotten canker sores ever since I was a little kid, like, but I would get them like inside my mouth, and I'm like, bro, do I have herpes? And then, you know, I would ask the people working at Planned Parenthood, and they say no, and I'm like, okay. And then like I look on Google, I'm like, are canker sores from STDs? It says no. But I noticed that like when I do get a canker sore like inside my mouth, it's always like stress induced. Like if I'm dealing with like a lot of bullshit and I'm sleep deprived, then I'm more likely to get one. I actually felt like 2 nights ago I did an 8-hour fucking stream, and that shit killed me. I was so dead the next day. I was so exhausted, and I felt like one was gonna pop up inside of my mouth, and I was like, oh hell no. Because those fuckers, it takes like, if you don't use a Breva on that shit, like that expensive cream in that miniature toothpaste fucking thing, it takes like 2 weeks to heal, and it's just so annoying, and it swells up, and so you like keep on biting it. Like if it's on the inside of your cheek, you just keep on biting that shit, and then it never heals. It's nasty. Dude, if chemotherapy got rid of canker sores permanently, I would totally do it. I'd go through chemo to get rid of it. You work in behavioral health and substance abuse and teach safe sex classes. Are you trolling? Did you see a dead body there in the streets ever? Yes, I have, multiple times. Where am I driving to? I'm gonna probably drive to this place to take a piss, and then I'm gonna go to the Blade. Go to Figueroa Street. Let's find hookers and do cash cab game show with them. I actually thought about doing that. I actually thought about having some money and then telling some 304s like, hey, if you can answer some trivia questions correctly, I'll give you X amount of money. And of course it's gonna be like a question that is like a lowball question that, because they're American and they're probably not that smart, they're not going to know the answer to. Like, if you want to make people look like a fool for a clip, ask them geography questions. If they're American, they will get them wrong 99% of the time. Because probably over 50% of bitches think that Europe is a country. And probably like 50% of Americans don't even know if Washington, D.C. is the capital of America or not. Like, it's crazy. Do I hate Americans? What, I can't be honest about my own people who I've observed and lived with for the past 3 decades of my life? Like, I'm sorry that you can't handle facts, bro. You must be shit at geography too. Yeah, you know, like, I think that if you are dumb or ignorant, but you can at least admit to it, that's like a lot more easy to forgive. But if you're somebody who is like ignorant and can't admit it, then you're just fucking annoying. You're just a nuisance. Ignorant people who have an ego about the knowledge that they don't even possess are insufferable individuals. I can't stand people like that. Like, you should be, if you know that you're not a fucking scholarly person, you should be humble when it comes to intellectual things and be open to learning things and be able to accept that you don't know everything about everything. I don't know everything about everything. But the people who think they know everything but really don't know shit, those are the people who never learn. Yeah. Yep, we're subhuman. Like, okay, I'll tell you what one of my weaknesses is. I'm not used to talking this much. I feel like the part of my brain that controls speech has kind of withered away with time. because I don't socialize with people hardly ever. Like, I kind of forgot how to talk to people because I mostly just spend a lot of time by myself. I'll see my friends maybe once a year, or not once a year, once a week, sorry. And I'll see my girl once a week, but most of the time I'm just like working on things alone. I'm not too much of an interpersonal type of person, so I haven't really worked on my personality in years. I just keep to myself like a chud. You're addicted to porn, says Kevin Gooney. You don't say. America is for working people, like learning how work so can get retirement check. That's Americans' money earning. It's simple. Dude, you need to take an English class, Michelle. Because what the fuck was that? Street smarts and emotional intelligence are important. A lot of things are important. You can't afford to suck at any one area of intelligence. You have to just be well-rounded. Because if you're like a savant and you're just super autistic, like you're super quick with solving math problems, then you know, that's good and all, but you know, you're autistic, like you're probably gonna die a virgin, you're probably gonna be depressed. And I know people like that, like they're extremely intelligent, definitely like over 130 IQ, but they have no social skills, and that holds them back tremendously. I am slightly autistic. I got like fucking diagnosed with some shit when I was a kid. Hey, what's up, bro? Is it cool if I take a piss right here? Okay. Okay. You want to see my peeing? What the fuck? Piss on him? Well, if he's homeless, like, maybe he could use a shower or something. I broke my foot in New York 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago, and I was supposed to I thought I was going to get the boot off today. I went to the doctor at like 7:45 in the morning, but then they said, oh, you got to keep it on for like another month. I was like, the fuck, are you serious? So I got to wear this shit for another month now. Let's see your dick, dude. Damn, bro. This guy's wilding out. Become priest, don't want sex. Dude, I think this Michelle chick has autism. She's either autistic or English is not her first language. I grew up in Torrance. Lick my peeing hand clean. I don't piss on my hands, bro. Who does that? Do you pee on your hands? Like, so then you don't have to wash your hands at the sink. You just get two things done at the same time. But yeah, I'm mildly on the spectrum. I got diagnosed with some shit when I think I was like 2 or 4 years old. I got diagnosed with pervasive developmental disorder. And it's like P. Diddy. That's what my friends would call it. They would call me P. Diddy in high school because I got diagnosed with pervasive developmental disorder. And so PDD sounds like P. Diddy. So people were calling me P. Diddy in high school. But yeah, I got diagnosed with like this mild form of autism. And the reason why my parents even took me to a psychologist or a psychiatrist to get tested was because by the time I was like 2 or 3 years old, I still hadn't said my first words. So I had speech delayment. So I was like completely unsociable. I didn't want to talk to anybody. I didn't talk to anybody, period. I wasn't capable of it. And then I had these very hyper obsessive traits where I would just be addicted to like certain subjects or certain hobbies, but to an abnormal extent. Like, for instance, I was obsessed with sprinklers when I was a kid. And so whenever I would go for walks with my mom and my mom was talking to one of my neighbors, I would ask the homeowner if I could see the sprinklers on his lawn. So yeah, there was definitely something wrong with me. And I was like obsessed with like garbage trucks as a kid. Like every time the garbage man came, like I had to say hi to him. I had to like be there when they collected the garbage. And then in elementary school, I had friends, but I never wanted to hang out with them. Like I would ditch them just to be by myself. And like every recess that we had, I would just walk in circles over and over again around a tree. And that was like my favorite activity. Like I didn't like playing sports. I didn't like fucking around with my friends. I just wanted to walk around in circles. And I like lived inside of my own brain, inside my own imagination. So I was like completely detached from reality, which I think you could almost classify as psychosis to a degree, because I was just like completely detached. Like in my brain, I lived in Star Wars land, and I was like a Jedi / Pokemon master. And I feel so. Yeah, there was definitely something wrong with me as a kid. But maybe it was helpful. I don't know. Maybe that's paying off somehow. Maybe that's why I'm doing this, because I got a few screws loose. I lost some brain cells, and now I'm on the right path. Okay, that was in elementary school. I'm talking about what I was doing in elementary school, like 20 fucking years ago. Like the prepubescent version of Cali Hood page would do like all that autistic shit. Like I'm not in elementary school walking around a fucking tree during recess. That was when I was a little kid. Jeez, man. Sounds normal. Is that normal? Is that really normal? I'm not driving around 304s yet. I'm just driving around where a lot of black people live. Yeah, there's just like a lot of, this area is mostly black folks, and sometimes they shoot each other, and they smoke a lot of weed around here. Ever gotten in real life stream sniped? No, but it'll probably happen one day. Yeah, I mean, this is my first week of doing this, so like maybe it will start happening once I get over 1,000 viewers. Like my YouTube audience is steadily growing. Go to 99 Mafia. 99 Mafia is on the left. And the Budlong Gangster Crips are on the right. Dude, you know, I feel like people LARP as autistics now. Like there's this chick that I hooked up with 2 or 3 years ago, and she was clearly not autistic, but she tried so hard to convince me that she was. And I was like, okay, who diagnosed you? And she was like, oh, I just know what autistic people do and how they act. I'm like, okay, but who diagnosed you? And she was like, nobody. And this chick is like in her 30s, and she's a lawyer, and she's trying to convince me that she's autistic. I'm like, you're not fucking autistic. And she says, I'm autistic because I'm smart. I'm like, no, it's actually possible to be smart and not have some kind of learning disability. But I do think some people do LARP as having mental disorders when they don't, and I feel like it's an attempt to get attention from people or sympathy. It's like, look, I'm unique because I'm retarded. Please accept me. Please be nice to me. Okay, we're on the blade now. So, hold on. Alright guys, let me tell you what the deal is. The more people who watch this from Kick, the longer I'll stay here. So if you want me to spend like an hour here on the blade, you know, so you guys can see like all the lizards and whatnot, you have to follow Callie Hood page on Kick. Alright, so can you guys all get on Kick? If you want to watch me spend at least a cool 30 to 60 minutes here, that'd be greatly appreciated. Yeah, because right now we got 180 viewers on YouTube. Now you got to get Kick. You have to get Kick. And if I don't see the numbers on Kick going up, I might have to be like, okay, well, I'm going to cut off the YouTube stream and only do Kick. I'd have to start fighting dirty, you know? I'm trying to be inclusive of both YouTube viewers and Kick viewers, but I can't do that if I have too much resistance. Kick me out. Time to fight dirty. Yeah, time for a cat fight. Dude, some of these 304s are like really big and tall. I wonder like how many of them could beat my ass. They're like pretty big. Or maybe that's their heels, I don't know. But I swear like a good amount of them are like at least 5'10" or 6 foot. I said the R word? Oh, what, you can't say retard? Are you like, what's wrong with you? Are you like in Catholic school right now? You can't say the retard word? It's okay to say retard. You're not gonna get like deported if you say retard. It's okay. Stop stepping on eggshells because you're afraid that somebody is going to give you a spanking for saying a naughty word. We're on Fig right now, by the way. There's a lizard. What you doing, broski? Hurry the fuck up. Damn, we got like fucking 5 or 6 of them right there. I'll turn around, I'll turn around. Yeah, there's like a shit ton right there. You guys see that? Here's a thick ass one. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's way more out now than there were last night. What you doing? We're gonna go back to like Imperial Highway and check out the ones on the lanes. Back on Fig. All right. Right now we're in South Central Los Angeles. Nah, I got a girlfriend. I'm not fucking any hoes. Yeah, this is not Jacksonville. There are hoes around. I'm on Fig right now. Why would anybody pay for coochie? I mean, technically, you know, women cost money regardless. Whether they're a prostitute or they're someone you're trying to date, they cost money regardless. So you're always gonna have to pay for pussy, you know. It's just a matter of whether it's gonna be directly or indirect. I personally I'm not a John. You know, I'm in a relationship, but I don't, but, you know, there's plenty of people who do pay for coochie. And honestly, I think it's a bad idea because, like, who knows how many dudes ran through these girls. You know, it's probably thousands, which is kind of gross. But some guys are so thirsty, they don't care. Or, you know, maybe they're like, oh, well, chlamydia is curable. I don't know what goes on in the brain of like an impulsive sex addict. I don't think much really goes on. I think they're just straight animals that can't control themselves. Where the heck did they go? There's like two girls here. I don't know where they went. All right. No, they disappeared. Okay, that's probably as many as I'm gonna find going southbound. We're already at 111th, so we're gonna have to make a U-turn. Oh, there's one. We're not looking for criminals, we're looking for hoes. We don't have to look very far though. There's a lot of them everywhere. Alright, let's go north up to Gage. Yeah, I'm seeing chats, but I only have one person following this shit on Twitch, so. Price quote I think is usually 50, I think. That's what I heard. 50 for a home run. I should buy myself a scanner? What, like a police scanner? What do you mean by scanner? get more followers if I talk to them hoes. I talked to him like a couple nights ago. But I'm not really trying to talk to them too much. So I'm not trying to get any action. If they come up to my window, I'll talk to them. Like if they like start walking towards my car and they want me to lower the window, I'll talk to them. I'm not like scared of them. This is in LA. This is South Central. This is in Los Angeles. Dude, like if you're at one of these corners where there's bad lighting, you're not gonna get customers. I think having good lighting helps. Like a lot of these chicks, they keep on standing where there's no street light. It's like, dude, people can't even see what you look like. I don't know if it's true, but I heard that like you can't take these girls back to a hotel. You have to smash them in your car. To me, that like if I wanted to pick up a prostitute, that's so not worth it. You know how uncomfortable that is? It's like I have to pay to be uncomfortable. That's crazy. Pay to be uncomfortable and get herpes. Like tell me where the benefit is. Yeah, I have a question, chat. Do only black people drive Chevy Malibus? Is that like a black person car? Chrysler 300. Yeah. The people who cry racism when you just make a simple observation or ask a question are the people with sub 100 IQs who don't have pattern recognition abilities. It's like, yo, you don't have to get butthurt from every little observation people make and cry about it. That's such a low tier thing to do. People in the Midwest, are in like a rural area, they'll drive a lot more American cars, like Chevrolets and stuff. Like, I got family out in Wisconsin. They're all from like small towns, and they always drove American vehicles. They don't drive Japanese out there, because out there they're like super conservative. Dude, there's probably like broke ass people here who like try to get a hand job. Like, they pay for a hand job. I've heard of guys doing that. Like, they go to the Blade to get a hand job. I'm like, bro, that is kind of weak. We got over 300 viewers, hell yeah. Okie dokie. Please don't be a dead end. Okay, good. Someone sponsor me a 304. I don't need one. I am white. Dude, I've passed like a shit ton of them. There's like a big chunky one right here. My drug of choice is not crack. Be careful out there, bro. Okay. I mean, I don't think a 304 is gonna like attack me. I don't, why would I need hoes? I have a girlfriend. Like, people who like need hoes and need sex, like, I have to question, like, are you like a simp? Like, you'll do literally anything for coochie? Like, anything? Because, in my opinion, that's like not a flex. You'll fuck a dude for some pussy. That's so funny. yeah, I'll fuck a dude for some pussy. I'll hit that bussy to score some pussy. See, like, I like retards like that in chat. That's who I like in chat. Those people are funny. Big ups to the guy who said that he would fuck a dude just to get some coochie. That guy's probably the realest guy in chat right now. I'm not looking at them. this is for you guys. I would rather not do this. I'd rather be going to like bad neighborhoods and looking for like graffiti tags. This is something that you guys keep bugging me about. So I'm like, okay, I'll do it. I mean, I'm new to this shit. I need followers, so I have to kind of be a hoe myself if I want to grow my channel. It's just how this shit works. There's a demand, you have to fulfill, you have to supply the demand. You have to supply the demand, yo. Microeconomics 101. I'm not from Malibu. Dude, that's like the third time somebody's asked me that. Dude, like all the white people moved to like Texas or Florida in LA. I'm like one of the stragglers who's still holding it down. But a lot of them moved away during COVID. A lot of jobs got sent to other states too. Like, I'm from Torrance, and like our largest employer was Toyota, and then Toyota moved their headquarters to Dallas or Austin. I forget which one, but they moved to Texas. You're from Bellflower. Shout out to Bellflower. Which part of Bellflower? Are you from the Colonia Flores side or the 18th Street side? Californians moved up to Seattle. Yeah, there's an exodus that's been going on. Yeah, California was declining, but California's been declining probably since maybe like the 80s or the 90s. I think it wouldn't be as bad here if there wasn't as many people living here, because then rent wouldn't be as expensive. It's like, yeah, like LA would be kind of dumpy in certain ways, but at least we wouldn't have expensive rent. But because, you know, we get a lot of immigrants that move here, a lot of people from other states that move here, and that just drives up housing prices. And I'm not even like trying to be racist when I say that. It's just like when you have more people trying to live here, that just gives the landlords more leverage to up the prices. And so that's why like rent prices have gone up like by 50% in the past 10 years. I got my first apartment in like 2009, and it was like in Torrance. It was a nice ass apartment. It was $1,300 for a 1-bedroom in Torrance. And Torrance is like low crime, middle class, quiet, clean. Now you're lucky if you can find like a $1,300 studio in like a kind of crappy area. So it's just what it is. It's not even like trying to offend anybody. I'm just saying that's the truth. We have too many people trying to like come over here. It's like all the cheap housing is taken. So when you always have units filled, you can just raise prices and nobody can contest it. Even if you live in like some shitty ass housing project. Oh, look at all these tags. What is it? I can't read this shit. It's like 18th Street. Probably F13. Okay, yeah, but if demand goes down, then price has to come down. Oh, there's a cop. Someone got busted. I wonder what the penalty is for like getting caught trying to pick up a chick. Avenue. I haven't been pulled over in this area, but I've been pulled over in South Central for sure. But like, you know, as soon as I open the window and they realize I'm like, I don't know what it is, but in South Central, they always let me go. It's probably because I'm white. We're gonna be honest. And I think what also helps is when I get pulled over and I lower the windows and the cop walks up to it, my car doesn't smell like fucking weed. I think that helps too. And like, you don't want to drive a car that's too beat up with blacked out windows, dents all over the side, broken taillights and shit. And then you also definitely don't want to be disrespectful to the officer who pulled you over. You got to be like, yes sir, no sir, only speak when spoken to, never raise your voice. You know, if they try searching your car without, you know, a good reason to, then yeah, that's when you put your foot down and say like, well, you need to see something inside the vehicle that would give you a reason to search the car, like an open container or a gun or any kind of like illegal contraband. But if you don't see anything illegal inside the car, you can't search the car. It's an illegal search. Yeah, I plan on going to Miami soon. Come on, we're on Hoover Street now. How you guys liking the stream so far? You guys bored or are you liking it? Give me some feedback. I'm not dumpster diving, bro. Nasty. But dude, hey, that would actually get a lot of views, huh? If I started digging through the trash. Well, what would I even be looking for? I don't even know what the objective is with dumpster diving. Like, I don't know what the objective is. Like, unless if you're starving to death or you need to make a quick buck by recycling cans. I don't know what the objective is. And plus, like, I don't want that to be the thing that, like, I'm known for. Like, oh, that's the guy who became famous because he was digging through trash for views. It's almost as bad as the Island Boys and how they got famous for kissing each other. Dumpster dive for Funko Pops. Yeah, maybe I'll dumpster dive for some Pokemon cards. Jesus Christ. Hey, how's the stream, guys? Is it like lagging? What's my favorite part of LA? I don't know. Maybe Palos Verdes, because it's quiet, the air's clean. I like Torrance too. Torrance, Redondo Beach. I don't really like Hermosa Beach. There's like, it's too much of like a party scene to me, like drunk bros and shit. What else do I like? Manhattan Beach is nice. They got nice homes there. I like Gardena. They have good food in Gardena. They have good Asian food in Koreatown. Yeah, what else? I might need a cup of coffee soon. God damn. Halfway to says, terrible stream. Haven't seen a single dude shaking ass. Especially Jake over there. Who the fuck is Jake? People keep on mentioning Jake over and over again. Who the fuck is Jake? I like Orange County. I think Orange County is better than Los Angeles because Orange County, the major roadways have more lanes, so traffic moves faster. They take better care of the roads. Yeah, Orange County, and then also the good Asian food. Like, I like Asian food. The good Asian food that LA has, usually they open up their first locations in Orange County, and then they migrate to Los Angeles. So when I was a teenager, we always looked forward to going to Orange County to try new restaurants that we didn't have over here in Los Angeles. I think a lot of the lizards got picked up. Alhambra does have good food, but that's a little bit out of the way for me. It's not Sepulveda Boulevard, it's Figueroa Street. Sepulveda Boulevard, like, there's two Sepulvedas. Sepulveda, there's one in Torrance that goes through like Carson, and then there's the Sepulveda Boulevard that goes to like Manhattan Beach, Culver City, Westchester, West LA. We're at Manchester Park. We're at that rec center on 90th and Hoover. I took a piss here last night at the baseball stadium, the baseball diamond. Ugh. I used to be a weed maniac, bro. I used to be a cannabis nerd. Like when I was a teenager, I was a walking, talking cannabible. Like I could look at an herb and immediately know what strain it was, and I could also tell it based on the smell. And like I smoked so much weed back then that like I could just tell by the high. Like if somebody packed a blunt full of weed and I didn't know what weed was in it, I would know once I started feeling the high. Like, oh, you know, this is OG Kush, or this is Headband, or this is Sour Diesel, or this is Jack Herrera, or this is Super Silver Haze, or Earth OG, or Skywalker OG, Lamb's Bread, Green Crack. I used to really know my shit with weed, man. And I would, this was back before it was like legalized statewide and decriminalized. I had the doctor's recommendation. I got that shit from some doctor in Long Beach my senior year of high school. And I was so stoked. It was like getting the keys to the city, man. I felt like I was leveling up in life because now I could walk inside a weed dispensary. And then after that, I just became a total stoner. Like weed became my personality towards the end of high school and throughout college. And I think it did a number on my brain. I think it made my short-term memory get fucked up. I'm part of the camp that believes that weed causes brain damage. And I think that society would be better without it. After having, you know, my late teens, early 20s, I was faded the entire time. I barely remember anything from that era. And I feel like my IQ went down by 20 points because of all the weed that I smoked back then. Like I used to be able to I used to have really good memory, and now my memory is shit. I used to have an imagination that I could like control extremely well. And then after smoking all that weed, I feel like I have less control over my own brain and my own thoughts. So that's why I think, you know, as a parent, I'd be pretty strict about that. And I wouldn't tolerate my children coming home and like smelling like weed or hotboxing their car or hotboxing their bedroom. Like I would be pretty pissed about that as a parent. You know, like I know that I probably can't stop them from trying it, but I would be very disappointed in my kids if it became a part of their personality. Like, oh yeah, I'm a stoner, weed's not a drug. And I'm like, bro, come on, man. Get real. Stop coping and being delusional. Weed is a drug. It's like weed has a greater impact on your physiology than Advil, but we call Advil a drug, and then you're gonna try to say that weed is not a drug? Just because it comes from a plant doesn't mean it's not a drug. Like, it's like, dude. I think people who smoke a lot of weed are actually low-key depressed and need help. Especially if like you're doing it for years. Like I feel bad for stoners who are trapped with it, who feel like that they can't function without it. Like the way that I got over weed was I started hating it, and that made me stop smoking it. If I can find a way to hate on something, that will keep me from ever touching it ever again. I haven't smoked weed in maybe 7 years now. 7 or 8 years since I last touched weed. And also, like, just because it's a lot harder to make money now because of inflation, like, in my opinion, you have to be more locked in than ever and really focused on your grind. Like, you can't afford to, like, do a drug that's gonna make you lazier. Like, you need all the focus you can get nowadays to scrape by. I don't think Adderall is good either. I don't think the solution is meth. I mean, look, maybe for like short-term benefits, I can see Adderall working, but doing that shit every day, popping like 30 mgs of Adderall every day, that's crazy. That's insane. At that point, you're just a tweaker. Like, I took Adderall a couple times in college when I had finals and I had to pull an all-nighter, and it did help, but it was bad for my health. Like, it made me not want to eat. I like lose weight every time I touch Adderall, so I don't really like to mess with it. Like, the only thing I do is, like, I'll drink once in a while. That's it. Getting bored of the 304s. Yeah. All right. Hey, where do you guys want to go next? Where do you guys want to go next? Should we go back to Compton? I'm at the Blade. I'm on Figueroa Street in Los Angeles. The cost of living varies. I mean, if you want to live in a shit box, like, maybe you can find one for $1,200, $1,300. Go to McDonald's or Taco Bell? I'll go to McDonald's. Where's the closest McDonald's? Where's the closest McDonald's to here? Mickey D's. Okay. All right, we're gonna go to McDonald's, guys. No, I think the McDonald's on Fig and Imperial, I think they close early, so that's why I'm not going to go to that one. I think I'm just going to get a vanilla. Oh, dude, do you think these lames have the ice cream machine shut off? Because if they do, I'm going to flip out, man. Like, oh, we're cleaning it. Like, dude, why don't you clean the ice cream machine during breakfast time? right? Because like, who's ordering a vanilla cone or a McFlurry during the breakfast rush? Like, people are gonna want ice cream at night because it's a dessert, you know? So why would they clean that shit during dessert time? Yeah, I think you should short McDonald's stock, because these guys, they don't know how to run their dessert business. Sell McDonald's stock. Hey, whoever that guy was earlier who said that, he said in chat that he'd let a dude fuck him just so he could get some pussy. Ask that guy if one day he wants to be my IT guy. Where your mama at, boy? Why, do you need a mom? Should go to Tommy's? Is there a Tommy's in South Central? I only know of the one in Filipino Town. I'm not doing DoorDash. Bro, I got kicked off of DoorDash 3 years ago. No, like 5 years ago. They accused me of some bullshit that I didn't do, and then they didn't even let me appeal my case. So I got banned off of DoorDash. I think the only app that I can do, if I wanted to, would be Grubhub. Yeah, I don't want to drive to Alameda and Florence. That's too far. Yeah, shout out to New Zealand. I've been there. New Zealand is nice. New Zealand has really good food. It's a beautiful country. That's where they filmed Lord of the Rings. It's like the land of 4 seasons. Like, or I don't know if that's the best way to describe it, but they have like a bunch of different climates out there. Like, they got hot springs in Rotorua, and then on the South Island they got like these big ass mountains, and Auckland's really cool. The people are super friendly. When I went to New Zealand, I was kind of creeped out by the New Zealanders because they were so friendly. I thought they were gay, but they're actually just really nice people. They're like so friendly, it made me uncomfortable, because Americans aren't that friendly in comparison. Yeah, shout New Zealand. And the Tongans there are huge. Like, they're all the bouncers and shit at all the clubs and bars down there. They're all super fucking jacked rugby players. Those guys fucking regulate shit. Hey, what the fuck?
Can I help you?
Hi, can I get one vanilla cone, please?
What else?
Let me get one medium fry.
What else?
What kind of pies do you have right now?
Apple or strawberry?
Let me get one strawberry pie.
Anything else?
That'll be it.
Last window.
Thank you. Ooh, got like a whole goddamn meal. Hell yeah. We finna eat some Mickey D's on the set, cuh. What's my accent from? I'm a white guy in Los Angeles. Dude, it's like a seasonal thing. They always have apple pie all year round, but then sometimes they'll have like the holiday pies during the winter, and those are like, it's like cake frosting. The best one that they ever had was a guava pie, and then they discontinued it. I was like, bro, you should have just made that the permanent one. Fuck the apple pie. Like the guava pie, that shit was like 4 years ago. I would eat like 4 of those a day. It was so good. And they're like, oh, we're gonna discontinue it. And then they never brought it back. Fucking stupid asses, man. Yeah, apple pie is just boring. That's so basic. Like guava, that's like exotic. Like I'll throw some D's on some guava pies. Fucking get a new job. I'm not doing DoorDash. I'm hungry. Believe it or not, not everybody who goes to McDonald's at 1 in the morning is a DoorDash driver. Saw me at a crash yesterday? No, you didn't. I never tried the mango pie. Apple's the best kind of pie. Fuck y'all talking about? I disagree. I disagree. Apple pie is good if it's like homemade, like made by your grandma. It's not the best if it's made by McDonald's. Like I feel like guava has naturally a more appealing flavor than apples. And like you grow up ever since you're a kid eating fucking apples. Like, don't you get bored of it? We don't grow guavas in California, so they're like a delicacy. And so I treat guava products like a delicacy. Like there's that the what's it called? It's the Hawaiian canned beverage. There's like a passion fruit guava drink that they make. It's like called Hawaiian Sunrise or some shit. I forget what it's called. Let me look that shit up. Passion fruit drink or guava drink. Hawaiian Sun guava nectar. Here, take a look at this shit. That shit's fucking fire. Screenshot that. Order that off of Amazon. That shit is fucking fire. Apple fritters are good. What's another really good drink? Something else that I buy on Amazon a lot. I buy these. The Yakults. They're so good. I go through like 5 of them a day. Yeah, pineapple juice. Oh, okay, yeah. That's another one. Trader Joe's pineapple. Yeah, this. Get that shit. So bomb. So bomb. That's the best pineapple juice I ever had. It smashes on Dole. Yeah, Yakult is fucking fire. Sprouts lemonade apple, I'll try it out. My girl loves Sprouts. Hi.
Hi, 1061.
All right, apple pie?
It was a cone, right?
It was a cone, apple pie, and a french fry. Yes, correct.
I'll come back with the cone.
Okay. Is this Cali life? I wouldn't say that the average Californian is doing what I'm doing. I mean, it's a weekday. Most motherfuckers work a 9 to 5, so they would be in bed by now. So doing a McDonald's run at 1 in the morning is not typical. But yeah, we're just in South Central. I think we're on, where the fuck are we? We're on the east side of South Central right now. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh yeah. We're like on the border of South Central and Watts. Where should I go? This alley. It's like the 9-7 East Coast Crip alley. See that? 9-7 East Coast neighborhood crib. Fuck. This ice cream's melting way too fast. This used to be like a really grimy area right here. 9-7 East Coast Crip. Right here, this park on the right. Jesus Christ. Hey, Custers, should we go to Grape Street? Right now we're in like east side of South Central, kind of close to Watts. I was at Baby Snaps Alley yesterday on my stream. I drove through the whole thing. Shit probably gave me a couple nails in my tires. I got an ice cream cone, I got a medium fry, and I got apple pie. No, strawberry pie. Yeah, I mean, the reason why I do this, like, usually it's not that bad. Like, just driving through the hood. You know, how do you think the Uber drivers do it? How do you think people who live here do it? It's not like, oh, if you go into the hood, it's a guaranteed death sentence. It's like, yeah, you have to be smart, but, you know, it's not like you take a couple steps into the hood, instant fatality. It's not like that. Hey, what do you guys think about Burger King? Do you guys like Burger King? I think Burger King sucks. I don't think it's any good because they don't have good French fries. I think their French fries are like, they don't put enough salt on them. And so because of that, I haven't eaten Burger King in 20 years. And I intend on making it go up to 30. I'm like committed to hating on Burger King. McDonald's is so much better. If I was the CEO of Burger King, I'll go undercover at McDonald's and steal all the recipes and then just change it slightly. Okay, look, maybe I'm just a hater. I haven't tried everything at Burger King, but okay, how about this? For a stream idea, I'll eat Burger King for the first time in 20 years, and you guys will tell me what to order, and I'll give it a shot. But don't tell me to order the French fries, because you know, you gotta keep it real. Burger King does not have good French fries. But if there's other stuff that, you know, you might like, or you think I would like, I'll try it. And I'll give my honest reaction. And if you're wrong, I'm going to be talking a lot of shit. I'm going to shit on your taste, and I'll never trust my chat ever again. Right now we're next to the Jordan Downs projects, like where they used to be, see? Like they got knocked down. That's where they used to be. So we're like right north of where the PJs were at. Rest in peace. I'm glad that before they knocked everything down, I got some drone footage of it. Pretty sick. Now it's like all nice. All these buildings are pretty much brand new. Yeah, projects are the same thing as a council estate in Great Britain. They're equivalents. I think on the left is, where was the Nike store at? Is the Nike store still here? I think that's where the Nike store was at. Dude, what retard thought it would be a good idea to build a Nike store next to the housing projects? Like, that's such a brain dead idea. Whoever thought of that needs to be fired, dude. Never in a million years would I have a Nike store in a ghetto ass area. That's so stupid. They deserve to take that L, honestly. Okay, let's look for some graffiti tags. But just an FYI, I don't care about a lot of graph. I mostly fuck with gang tags. I think graph is kind of boring. I like the thugged out shit. You feel me? Shit, cuz. Sell some ZA to 304s. What is ZA? I forget what that is. Yeah, we're at Alameda. I gotta take a leak again. Maybe I'll do it in Florence. Gotta take a wicked piss. I think that's what Paulie Walnuts used to say from Sopranos. He said, I gotta take a wicked piss. Avalon and Compton Avenue. Avalon and Compton Avenue don't intersect with each other. They're both north-south streets. They don't intersect. P.S. Fuck California. I'm not gonna argue with on that. There's things that are easy to hate on about Cali. I'm not gonna argue too much about that. But it's where I grew up, you know? This is like, most of what I know is in California. It's not all bad, okay? Like, California, as dirty as it can be in some places, there's like good food. We definitely have good food out here. We have a good food scene. And the weather's nice. That's why, despite like all the problems, people don't leave. Like, nice weather. I would say that women here are definitely more attractive than other parts of the country. Like, I think women here are probably more attractive than New York women. I don't know about Miami. I've never been down there. I've been outside Cali, but I never lived outside of California. Like, I broke my foot in New York 3 weeks ago. I was in New York City. We were staying in Brooklyn, and we went to Manhattan every single day. I've been to Japan, I've been to New Zealand, I've been to China, I've been to Italy, I've been to Scotland and England, I've been to Canada. So I've been to a decent amount of places. You know, I've been to Mexico. I've been to Mexico like 3 times. So I'm not that sheltered when it comes to like seeing the rest of the world. But there's a lot of places I want to see. Like I wouldn't be scared of going to North Korea. Like, I'm down to go to North Korea. And I want to go to like other countries that like people just generally don't go to traditionally for travel. Like, I'd definitely be down to go to like Eastern European countries like Belarus or Russia or Albania or Ukraine or Romania. Like, I'll go to those places. I'd be down to go to Mongolia, Kazakhstan, take the Trans-Siberian Railway from one side of Russia to the other. And Japan is dope. I've been twice. You guys you have to go to Japan. Oh my God, Japan is the shit. Japan's the best. Japan is the best. One of my favorite places to visit. I don't know if I'd want to live there, but I think it's an awesome place to spend 2 weeks. The food is cheap. Like, the sushi and the fish is top tier, and it's cheap. It's like 3 times cheaper. It's like a meal, like a sushi sashimi meal that would cost $100 out here would cost maybe like $25 in Japan. And it would be better quality. Yeah, I'd be down to go to Hungary. I hear that people have problems in Hungary because like they speak a really weird language that's not related to like very many other languages that English speakers would know. Go to MacArthur Park. I don't think I want to go to MacArthur Park, dude. I went to MacArthur Park on my first stream a week ago. Maybe I'll do it, but I don't want to really get out of my car around there and walk with all the people who are nodding off on fentanyl, because then the dealers start tripping. Yeah, Japan's dope. I'm not getting a tuggy, I'm taking a piss. Yeah, I'm on foot. I have to get out of my car every once in a while because, like, it starts to hurt my neck, like bending over trying to read the chat while I'm driving. Like, I have a knot in my neck because of that. I've been trying to, like, get rid of it all day by massaging it, but yeah, I'll try South Korea one day. I'm in LA. Yeah, thanks. My foot should be good in like a month. I was hoping to get the boot off today, but this morning the doctor said I need to keep the boot on for another 4 weeks. Piss all over the enemies' hoods. I don't have any enemies. And also, you know, I believe that if you have enemies, symbolic gestures are just a waste of time. If you have an enemy and you want to hurt your enemies, don't just do something symbolic. You have to actually do something real. Gross, yeah, I know. Well, I mean, what's the alternative? I have to piss when I gotta piss, because I might do a 7-hour stream today. I have to stay hydrated. I mean, I could piss in a water bottle in my car. Is that what you guys would prefer? I think that's more disgusting. Can you pick me up a green card? No. No. You see me? Then say something. Say something, Custer. Dude, I love Crip Mac. He's so funny. Holy shit. Yep, cripple maxing. Yeah, my shoes are different colors because one of them is a medical boot. It's a brace for my ankle. Oh, dude, I have to eat my French fries. I fucking forgot. Oh man, my fries are cold. Fuck. 333, make a wish. I'm good. I got everything I need. I don't need a wish for anything. Oh wait, no, I wish for guava pies to make a comeback at McDonald's. There's my wish. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with this this Alexis person? He's been saying your mom this, your mom that for like 2 hours now. Bro, you're retarded. You need to get new insults, my friend. I didn't break my ankle, I broke my foot. Dude, I understand like trolling a stream, but like I would only want to troll somebody if I felt like my words were gonna have a literal impact on someone's day. Like I would want them to crash out if I'm gonna waste any time whatsoever trying to troll somebody. But if it's not getting under their skin, then it's like, what's the point? Like you're not trolling if you don't get the right reaction out of somebody. Like I feel like a troll has to be like kind of, you have to know how to hit them at a personal level. Like you have to strike at an insecurity. Yeah, thank you. I hope it gets better soon too, but it's been improving. It's just not 100%. It's still a little sore and tender. Damn, I could go for a massage right now. Not like a happy ending, but yeah, full body, deep tissue massage would be super nice right now. All this driving is fucking up my posture. Wow, you are so brave driving alone at very late. I know. Like a lot of people think that what I am doing is brave. That's why I have the amount of viewers I have. I didn't beg all these viewers to be watching my stream on YouTube. They fuck with what I'm doing for some reason. I don't even fully understand it. But I'm not complaining. I'm not gonna complain about it. I appreciate it. I think this upcoming week, I'm gonna try out following police scanner calls. I'm gonna have the police scanner playing on my other phone, and then we're gonna try to find some shit that's going down, like where cops are responding to from the dispatch. Like if there's any like murders or protests or somebody who attacked the cops, we can get there and see what's going on. We're in Florence right now. Florencia, they got hit with a RICO like a year ago, and now their hood is not tagged up at all. It's like, used to be graffiti everywhere. Now it's like, looks so quiet. Low key. Like all down Florence and Compton, there wasn't a single F-13 tag. I'm not in Watts anymore. I'm like Florence Firestone District. Just passed by Roosevelt Park. I hate the police for enforcing the law. You hate your father for leaving your mother. And you hate this guy for what? Filming? Yeah, good point. But, hey, you gotta have haters too on streams. Like, if you're a content creator, you do so much better if you have a good mix of, like, haters and lovers. You gotta have some haters too. Like, your content has to be, like, a little bit edgy. That shit usually goes, like, way more viral. On my Instagram page, my most viral videos were ones that got a shit ton of hatred. That's just how the internet works. People want to watch content that they can, like, project their feelings upon. Damn, dude, Florence is dead compared to a year ago. It is, like, not as poppin' as it used to be. You go back like 1 or 2 years ago, every single building was tagged up with gang graffiti every single day. Every day. Every block was fucked up. Every alley was fucked up looking. Like, all these buildings right ahead of me, these were tagged up every day. And even if they buffed it out, the following day, there'd be more tags within 24 hours. Now it's just like, it looks super clean compared to before. Yep, that's what I want. I want 50% positive, 50% haters. It's a good mix. Yeah, a lot of them did get busted. There was like a RICO a year ago. Some RICO statute. This is Home Street right here. This is an active block for sure. Florence has like 50 or 60 clicks. Florencia is probably the biggest gang in LA. Bigger than Rolling 60s. I can't imagine Rolling 60s having more members than Florencia. Florencia has way more turf, and there's way more Mexicans than blacks in South Central. It's like a 3-to-1 ratio. Slauson now. Honk your horn if you have boobs. I got boobs. No, just kidding. I don't have boobies. Pueblos right now. It's a housing project. Housing project full of black gangbangers, Bloods, the Pueblo Bishop Bloods. Nah, I don't think you'll find any tweakers right now. Everybody's asleep. Even the tweakers. We're not scanning for tweakers. You want to find tweakers. Honestly, I think projects is where I would look for them last. You know, you would think that like, oh, it's the projects, that's where the tweakers would be. You know, projects, you still have to pay rent. I was talking to some of the homies at Dogtown. They said like, you know, the rent that they pay is pretty much the same as what you would pay for an apartment. So the fact that projects are like free or whatever and completely government subsidized, that's a myth. Like, I think you have to pay rent based on a percentage of your income. But you still got to pay something. And I think for a lot of people, it ends up being like definitely over 1,000. Definitely over 1,000. Yep, that's definitely the hood. Okay. We're at 5,300. Let's go south. Let's go to Hoodlum Family. Hoodlum Family, they were tagging a lot the last time I was here. And their strike ups weren't that bad. So we'll go check out their hood. I wish I went here over the weekend. I probably would have caught something decent. Where are the girls at? You got to the stream a little late. That was earlier. I was at Figueroa Street for over an hour. Oh shit. I've gotten kicked out of this hood before. I had somebody who was tripping on me hard, an older homie. You see that? You see those tags right there? I'll have to come back during the daytime. see that? That's their gang sign. So they tag up all their apartments like that. I'll have to come back during the daytime, get a picture of that when there's better lighting. Yeah, Hoodlum family, they got strikes. Yeah, I'll have to come here when there's obviously daylight. Those are some good flicks I could get. They really don't buff out this block very often. They just let shit sit. The city doesn't come down here to clean it up. There's a BMS tag on that wall. There used to be a gang here called Barrio 58th Street, but I think they went defunct. They got pushed out by BMS, Hoodlum family, and Playboys. I think they used to have good tags though. Where are we at? Okay. Come to this alley. I'm in Barrio Mojados right now. BMS. This is like close to the border of BMS and Hoodlum family on the east side of South Central, Low Bottoms. Hey, look. Oh, that's crazy. You got 41st Street and BMS. I guess they're friends. I didn't know that they were clicked up. You see like right there's like a bunch of tags, 38th Street. I'm not doing a donut. I hate street takeovers. I'm not in Main Street Hood. I'm in Barrio Mojados, like 49th Street. There's no lot lizards in this area. This is not South Sac. This is Los Angeles. Yeah, I don't get it. Like, you know, street takeovers, it's repetitive. You're just doing a donut, and it's at everybody else's expense because people have places to go and you're preventing them from getting there. You know, wouldn't it be funny if like some of these people, like, well, it wouldn't be funny. It'd be pretty sad, but you know, you're participating in a street takeover and you think it's so cool and edgy or whatever, and then somebody you know needs to get to the hospital, but the ambulance can't make it to the hospital on time because of a street takeover, and now somebody that you were close to dies because of a street takeover. You know, I feel like some gnarly shit like that has to happen for some of these teenagers to wake up and realize how stupid they are. That was a good tag. .38th Street always has good tags. Yeah, there was like a really good tag right here too. Here. It's not bad, the TE. I'll get a picture of it real quick. Hold on. Yeah, I'll go to Long Beach. I think we got somebody from 38 in the chat. If you followed my Instagram before I got it taken down, then you know that I posted a shit ton of 38th Street on my page. It was just blasted with 38. I posted like a lot of 38, Florence, Primera Flats, Ghetto Boys, Local Park, Eastside 13. Who else I post? A lot of 18th Street, a lot of MS, a lot of Florence, a lot of 204 and T Flats, Eastside Torrance. Those are like the main ones I cover, and Rockwood, Whitmer. Crazy Ass Rascals, Crazy Riders, Temple Street, Echo Park, Westside Crazies, Avenues. Those are like the top 20 hoods that I would post. I would always be going to their hoods almost like every day. I'll slide to the Bay one day, but I can only justify that if I have a lot of people watching and following me on Kick. Because YouTube, I don't get paid. YouTube doesn't make me any money. I only get paid if I have a large viewership and fan base on Kick. So yeah, if you want to support me, go follow me on Kick. Follow me on Kick and watch the streams on Kick, because I really can't get paid until I'm popping on there. So that's why I have to advertise that shit every single time I stream. And this is the Alameda swap meet. I was here a few nights ago. More tags right there. Nah, this isn't Alameda. This is Long Beach Avenue. It looks like Memphis. Oh, this is LA. I'd be down to go to Memphis. Yo, like, I know a lot of you guys aren't even from Los Angeles. You're from like all over the world. If I start getting paid decent as a streamer, I would go to anybody's town. Fuck it. I'll take a trip anywhere. Niggas in sleep. Oh, I just saw a really good tag. We'll have to circle around. Usually they tag this wall right here on the rec center, but not tonight. Go to Florence. I was just in Florence. We're in 38 now. Yeah, I was just in Florence for I was there for 15 minutes or so, and there was no tags, so I dipped. I don't want to waste my time going down every block in Florence if there's not going to be any tags anywhere. It's not the same as it used to be. So it's hard for me to justify putting as much effort into going there like I used to. Why the fuck would anybody want to go there unless if you're a cockroach? I guess I'm a cockroach. Cops are coming for me. Why? Because I'm driving. They're not coming for me. Dude, I swear you guys, like, you would just shit your pants if you had to walk around at night. Like, it's not that bad. It's really not that bad. Like, what I'm doing most of the time is not asking for trouble. If you're asking for, like, the way that you ask for trouble is you make a lot of noise, you vandalize people's property, you know, just the obvious things. I want to get this tag. Hold up. .38 usually has sick ass tags. They're reliable. This one's not that sick. What's going on? I'm starving, but I'm trying to lose weight, bruh. Start smoking cigarettes. Like, chug a bunch of water and be lazy. If you're moving around and burning more calories, that's gonna make you hungrier. So just like sit your ass down, drink a shit ton of water, and then just doom scroll to take your mind off of it. Just be a fucking bum, and then you won't feel the pain of starvation anymore. No, I'm looking for graffiti tags, not expired tags. What the fuck? I'm not a cop, okay? No, I haven't seen a UFO. I mean, I've seen a UFO, or what I believe to be a UFO, once. I saw a UFO like 15 years ago by LAX. Or maybe, I don't know if it was a UFO, but I'm calling it a UFO because I couldn't identify it. Here's a decent tag. 38th Street. It's not a bad tag. No. If the 8 is crossed out, that's supposed to symbolize a hood that they beef with. Like if I saw an 8 crossed out, then I would think, oh, they're beefing with like 38th Street. I'm not investigating. Why do I have to investigate anything when I already know stuff? Like, this is not investigation. I'm not like looking for clues for something. I'm just doing this for the fun of it. You look like an easy look. Stop getting out of your car. Whatever happens, happens, I guess. I mean, I've been doing this for years now. I think I'm aware of the risks, and I'm aware that shit can happen. And I think over the years, I've met enough homies in different hoods to where I don't have to worry as much. Like if I was like a total newcomer and I didn't know anybody out in the streets, then I would have to worry more. But because I've met people over the years, that helps reduce the risk level a little bit. Oh shit. Hey. We finally got some tags from these guys. Yeah, shout out to Psycho from Eastside 13. If you know him, tell him to start following me on YouTube or Kick. I haven't seen that guy in a minute. We'll go back over there, but they may have hit up this other corner too. Not today. Okay, I'm gonna make a U-turn and flip a bitch. You're gonna stream snipe? Okay, cool. I need new friends. I don't really know too many people in the Bay Area. Yeah, that's what they do here. They just park in the middle. I mean, I prefer that they do that rather than double parking. There's some parts of South Central where everybody double parks, and we're not too far away from that. It's very common around here. How should I do this? Alright. Let me get a picture of this real quick. There's a tag on that red wall. I'm using my brights to light up and illuminate the wall. Alright, give me a sec. Yeah, your boy, I'm in a gimpy ass state right now. But I'm no bitch, I don't let it slow me down. Dumb ways to die. Why would I die? I'm like hobbling with a boot on. That's not life-threatening. And I've met a lot of the guys from that hood. Like, I think I'm pretty cool in this part. I'm pretty good in Loco Park too, I think. Oh, they buffed out this corner. Wonder if the guy who does all the tags got arrested or something, because this place, these blocks from like 21st to Adams down Hooper were mobbed up every day. And then even on Compton Avenue too. I'm an easy lick, yeah. Why is it like when you look at people in the hood, you just try to figure out if they'd be easy to rob or not? I just think that your brain's not in the right place. If all you do when you look at people is try to analyze if you could steal something from them. Like, time to fill out some job applications, my guy. Go the avenues. Why, when crime is lucrative and goes unpunished? Because it's not worth it because it doesn't go unpunished. That's not true. People do get punished for crimes. Maybe not as often as like in a dictatorship or a very authoritarian society. But, you know, it's not a myth that prisons and jails are overcrowded. They are. So people are being held accountable for their actions. And it's just not worth it. Like, who gives a shit if you get a lick and then you make like a quick $5,000, but then the next time you try to get a lick, it's like, now you gotta spend 7 years in the can for $5,000? Is that worth it? Is your life really worth that little? I think that's kind of sad. Like, that's why I don't commit crime. Look at that. Half of it got buffed out. And you can see like some tags on the ground. Yeah, so like committing crimes doesn't pay. Like even if you're trafficking like a bunch of stuff, like a bunch of fentanyl or whatever, bruh, I mean, you get caught, maybe you're gonna do life in prison. Is that worth it? Like, I just think that people underrate how bad and how shitty it is to spend the rest of your life behind bars, or even like just losing a few years of your life or a decade of your life being behind bars, while other people who aren't fucking around and are walking in a straight line, they get to have sex with a woman. They get to, you know, eat good food while you're eating spreads, and you have to listen to like your bunkie like piss and shit in the same cell as you. And you have to like flush your farts, and you know, if you have a girl, maybe she's cheating on you outside of those walls. You know, like, it's fucked up. And then all the violence inside, you know, watching people getting decapitated with shanks and like that stuff's all nasty. And I think there's a reason why like lifers and people who do like 20 years in the can, when they get out, they're humble, they're peaceful, they become God-fearing, they become religious, because they realize that the lifestyle that they used to have was all fucked up. Yeah, so like when a lot of people do a lot of time in prison, they get out, the last thing that they want to do is cause trouble and fuck around. They're like, okay, I'm like 10, 20 years behind everybody else. This sucks. I have no money. I'm starting over from square one. How do I not end up in the same place like where I was and where I was miserable? I think if you don't have any like father figures or like older brothers or older friends trying to keep you straight, then, you know, the people around you really aren't doing you much favor. Yeah, you can choose to do crime. Yeah, you can do that. I just think that it's not worth it. Like, it's kind of stupid. Like is like what happened? There was like some guys, some youngsters who are like 18 years old, 17 years old from Florence. They like allegedly were in Hollywood trying to steal catalytic converters that you can flip for like what, $200, and the robbery ended up getting all botched, and they ended up shooting this guy who was an actor who caught the guys trying to steal the catalytic converter. And these kids, they're all like 18 years old, and now they're going to be facing life in prison because they wanted to come up on a $200 heist of a catalytic converter. Like, how is that worth it? Like, you're willing to throw away your whole life for $200. That's not ballsy, that's not bold, that's not brave, that's just stupid. You're basically saying your life is only worth $200. You know? I like to think that my life is worth more than 200. Shit. No, like, okay, yeah, I mean, you can say like, oh, their lives were never worth that much, but I believe that people can be redeemed. I don't think that people are beyond redemption. Some people are, but I don't think every person who like commits a lot of crime and is a gangbanger is beyond redemption. Definitely not. Like, I think a lot of lifers, honestly, if they got out of prison, they would only do the right thing. They would try to stay out of trouble, and they would try to show a better way for the youngsters and lead them down the right path. And, you know, and I think that's what's happening. I think that's why you have less murders in LA, and the murder rate just goes down, down, and down ever since the 90s, except for the spike in 2020. 2020 got kind of violent. But besides that, the homicide rate has always been on a downward trend. And I think that's a good thing. And I think a lot of that has to do with older homies telling the youngsters, like, hey, you know, we're not going to pressure you and tell you that you got to commit any of these crimes. We're not going to fucking tell you to throw your life away. You know, if you want to do that and not care about the risks, that's completely on you. And I think that's a step in the right direction. Ideally, like, look, I'm not God or whatever, but ideally, I think it would be cooler if gangs were just like fight clubs. You know? Like, you know, just do like an MMA or something. Do a cage fight with your ops. You don't have to resort to weapons and jumping each other. Cheaters don't change. I don't know. I think a cheater can change if they're not like a sociopath. Like, if somebody is a sociopath and always tries to justify being self-serving at the expense of other people and like never feeling bad for anybody else, then yeah, I think those people are probably beyond redemption. Like, if you're just an absolute sociopath, then yeah, I don't think that you will change. But some people have a conscience, and like, you know, I meet a lot of gangbangers who they're actually like kind of normal. There's actually this guy, there's this rapper who I know in Vegas. He just got convicted to do a life sentence out there. I did like a little hood vlog with him, and I never posted the content, but the day after we did the little hood vlog, he supposedly, I guess, shot and killed 2 people in a parking lot like the following night. And I was like, what the fuck? And like, what was so sad about that is like, well, obviously it's sad that 2 people died, but what was sad about that was like, he was like a normal person. Like, he was in a gang, but like he seemed like a normal person. He was very intelligent. he was a very talented rapper and musician, and I think if he stayed out of trouble, he could have been successful at something. And he wasn't just like some crazy caveman without a conscience. Like, I could tell that, you know, this guy, he's capable of thinking for himself, but he got caught up in the moment and did the G thing. But now he's going to spend the rest of his life behind bars. And to see that, that's just kind of sad to me. Because it's like weird to say, but like, I know the guy's a good dude, but he just fucked up really bad. You know? You can't be impulsive, man. Like, God gave you a prefrontal cortex so that you think before you act. Like, I just don't understand how people are even motivated to commit crimes when there's security cameras everywhere. Like, unless if you're like really, really aware of your surroundings, you're probably not getting away with very much. You got to be very aware of your surroundings. And I think like a lot of people who commit crimes, they're not smart enough. They're not aware enough of all the risks. They're not aware of like fingerprint evidence or license plates or footprints. I don't know, you know, like fucking forensic scientists can figure out a bunch of ways to ID you for a crime. Yeah, technology has advanced a lot. So like, why take the risk? Why take the risk? And this whole conversation started because that one guy, he said like, oh, well, you're never gonna get caught. I'm like, what? There's people getting arrested every day. Yeah, like, you know, funding for LAPD is like not that high, I don't think. Like, I was watching some Instagram reel where it's like they cut funding to LAPD. I think that happened during the George Floyd riots. And it's like that, you know, but people still get arrested. Sometimes it's catch and release, but, you know, that's for like minor crimes, I think. For major crimes, it's not going to be a slap on the wrist. Shit, even like tagging, a good chance you're going to county jail. Unless if you can bail out. You can start telling tomorrow and make more money than you make all year. Okay, like the point of this is not to fucking report to LAPD. This is just like fucking exploring neighborhoods. So, you know, you can chill out on that. And I have no idea how much an informant would make. I watched some YouTube videos saying that informants to the FBI only make like $4,000 a month. So, yeah, what is that going to cover? That'll cover like rent and some basic groceries. You'll never have savings, and you might not even be able to pay off your taxes at the end of the year. Yeah, if you make $4,000 a month being an informant, that doesn't cover shit. Still broke. Yeah. Like, I don't know, I just watched some videos on Facebook about like how much my informants make. It's never that much. So I don't think you know what you're talking about. I don't know why people like vicariously trip on me for other gangs for just taking pictures of graffiti tags. Like, they know that I do this and they think it's cool. They think it's dope. Like, I've never gotten I don't think I've ever gotten a single threat in my DMs because I took a picture of a tag. And like, all the game makers on Instagram see what I do. They're not giving me shit for it. If anything, they're like fucking with what I do. So Skid Row next. Yeah, maybe we can do that. Downtown straight ahead. Okay, yeah, we'll do Skid Row. Okay, we'll do Skid Row and then we'll do Westlake. The 304s was at the beginning of the stream. Go to Little Tokyo. I'm kind of ashamed of Little Tokyo because Japan's so clean and then Little Tokyo's pretty dirty. It's not a good representation of Japan. Has crime gone down, up, or the same? I don't know. I think murders have gone down. Murders have definitely gone down, but I'm not sure if crime as a whole has gone down. And then you also have to consider how much crime goes unreported, because think about all the crime that happens between all the crackheads and the drug dealers and the smokers and the crazy people on Skid Row. They probably commit crimes against each other every day, but who are they going to call? They don't even have cell phones. Well, maybe some of them do, because they steal electricity from the city, but who are they going to call? I've been to San Fran. Little Tokyo, or not Little Tokyo, Skid Row is a place where you have to be careful about filming, because like they really keep a lookout for that shit, and they're pretty aggressive. Skid Row is yeah, they're more aggressive on Skid Row than they are at MacArthur Park. MacArthur Park, like by the Yoshinoya, they'll call you out if they see you recording. That happened on my first stream, so I'm not gonna push it and do that again. But on Skid Row, they'll call you out on every corner. They're like, hey, put the fucking phone away. Like every time I try to record stuff, somebody always gets on my case about it. So you have to be slick. They don't play down there. There's transsexuals on Palomar and San Pedro. That's so funny. Yeah, you'll get your ass beat on Skid Row for sure. True. Produce district. My grandpa got killed in the produce district in 1960. He got squished between two fruit trucks, and then it took too long for the ambulance to arrive, so he died. Internal bleeding. He worked on San Pedro and something. I forget what the intersection was. I mean, he died in 1960. My mom was like 8 years old. How many dumps per square foot is there in Skid Row? They have porta potties. They have porta potties. See, like instead of like just like cleaning up the homeless problem, they just give them porta potties and like free needles and shit. It's really ass backwards. I got into doing this just because I like exploring stuff. I like exploring like edgy areas. It's just something that I've always been kind of intrigued of since I was young. I've always been into like maps and just like knowing what things look like around me. Ever since I was little, like I used to have my parents buy me Thomas guides and maps when I was like 5-6 years old. So I've kind of been born into this. I agree Trump is a problem, but he's not the problem that people think he is. He's a problem in a different way. People think Trump is a tyrant. I don't think he's a tyrant. People think he's a tyrant because of ICE. It's like, bruh, Trump is deporting less people than Obama. So when it comes to immigration, Trump is all talk. Like with most things that Trump boasts about, a lot of it is just like him inflating it. Like Trump pretends to be like racist and like based or whatever, but he never acts on the things that he says. That's why they start saying Taco Tuesday whenever Trump bitches out of something, because he always chickens out. It's an acronym. Trump always chickens out. But when it comes to California, yeah, it's not all Trump's fault. You have to be nuanced. You can't just blame all problems on Trump or all problems on Newsom. It's like, you know, there's local government, city government, LA County. LA County is responsible for a lot of problems that we have. Like LA County, the way that they have it set up is like, if you don't like, they were telling all the cities that have money, like the middle class cities like Torrance, like if you don't make housing projects for homeless people, we're gonna defund your city. So like, you know, LA County is guilty of shit too. Like the county supervisors like Janice Hahn, She's guilty of it. I met her. She's a fucking cunt. Fuck that bitch. Fuck her and her ugly ass haircut. Looks like a fucking... She's like a bleached Edgar. Ugly ass bitch. Who else? Yeah, so you have federal government, you have senators, you have state senators, you have assemblymen, you have the House of Representatives, you have the county government, you have the government of your municipality, city council, city controller. Like, all these people play a role. And then, the root of all of it is the donors. The donors control all of them. Left wing, right wing, you have people funding and pushing for all kinds of bad shit that goes against American interests on both sides. Yeah, if it's like Republican dominated, you're gonna come with certain problems. There's gonna be certain ups and downs with like either side, but like in my opinion, I don't think there's really much upside with either side. I feel like both sides keep on trying to justify like, oh, our side is better because of this. It's like, do they even do that though? Because like a lot of Republicans, what they'll say is they'll try to convince themselves and everybody around them that like, oh, yeah, Trump's not perfect and he didn't do this and he didn't do that, but he's still better than the Democrats. It's like, are you sure? Because, the only two things that Trump did where it's like he was successful at it, in my opinion, was he got rid of Maduro. And he did it quickly in like 24 hours. It wasn't like some drawn out thing that affected our economy like Iran. So I would say that was a victory for Trump and Republicans was, okay, here we go. They got like a DJ here. And like the other thing that I think Trump did was like he actually got immigration under control. But if you're a Republican, you wanted a bunch of the illegals to be deported because like 10 to 12 million of them supposedly went through the open border during Biden's term. And it's like what the right wing wanted Trump to do was to deport all of the illegals that came in during Biden's era, which means that he would have to be deporting like 3 million people a year. And he's not even coming close to that. So if you're a Republican, when it comes to immigration, you know, if you're paying attention and actually doing your research, you're going to be lukewarm on Trump. You're not going to think he's actually walking the walk. Yeah, that's true. Exactly. You know, and like quite a few of the lobbyists who are paying Trump, they like their immigrants. They like their immigrant workers because you can pay them less. You know, so that's one of the ways how special interests, even though they put money behind a Republican candidate, they're able to control him and get him to deviate from his promises that he gave to the American public. So, you know, obviously he's going to talk about how much of a disaster immigration is, but the money is going to tell him to do something else. The money's going to tell him like, hey, you know, we need more Chinese students in universities so that we can steal, we can do the brain drain. We can accommodate for like the brain drain that we're having and get these Chinese students to work for American companies instead of helping out Chinese competition. Getting more Indian tech workers to come over here on visa with H-1Bs. Because if you hire somebody from India, they're not gonna expect as much pay or benefits as somebody who went to college in America. So that's beneficial for the tech companies. And that's probably a big reason why you saw like Mark Zuckerberg all of a sudden become a Republican. You know, Tim Cook and Jeff Bezos are all of a sudden having dinner with Trump. So collectively, I think that's what they all want. They want cheap labor from India and from China. Guys want to know something crazy? Right now we're on Los Angeles and 6th Street. See that window right there? Corner window? I used to live there. That used to be my crib, and so I would be able to see this intersection from my window. A lot of chaos happening. Like usually, like I would park my car on the side that I'm parked on, and when I would walk around this corner, you would just see like fucking fat chicks like peeing on this wall, like fat homeless chicks. And then like right here on that corner, I saw like this guy who got his face burned off. He had no face. It was so fucking creepy. I don't support Trump. I don't support Trump. I used to be a Trump supporter, but not anymore. Not anymore. Not anymore. Once Trump leaves, then what? I don't know. You're probably going to get like some crazy nut job from the far left who will win in 2028. And they'll start going super hard on conservatives. Like, yeah. Because like right now the left wing is really riled up about Trump, because the left wing is convinced that Trump is like, he's like the mustache man. That's what they're convinced of. And they like really have like a lot of bottled up anger towards the right wing. And I think with how radical they are, the next person who gets elected, who's president, I think it'll probably be a Democrat. And I think that they're gonna go like super crazy. That's just what I think. I think Republicans pretty much squandered this entire term that we're currently in, not really getting anything done. Like, for instance, like, you know, there's that attack in the ballroom, right? Like, that guy, he had a gun and he shot a cop at that what was it called? It was like some dinner that Trump was at, and Dana White was there too. And like, instead of cracking down on extremist groups on the left wing, what does Trump do? Trump says, oh, this is why we have to build a ballroom. And then that's what all of the Trump shills simultaneously were tweeting at the same time, so that they can, you know, sway people into thinking like, oh, if we have a ballroom at the White House, this would solve all of our fucking domestic terrorist issues. Like, it's the stupidest thing ever. Like I think that if the opposite happened, if there was some kind of dinner and then like some right-wing crazy guy came with a gun, I think the left wing, they would be like, okay, we got to really crack down on like the far right extremist groups. But Trump just wants to use the opportunity to build a fucking ballroom. So, like, you know, it's all corrupted. You can't take any of these guys seriously. I don't take the left wing seriously. I don't take the right wing seriously. Not at this point. They just lie too much. And then it's just kind of hopeless because, you know, we're just kind of like, we're suckers, and we don't try to like understand these candidates and what their real motivations are before we put them in office. We're just a bunch of suckers. Okay, we're in Little Tokyo right now. If I were to run, well, I have to read this shit. If I were to run for president or governor, I would be like Edgar J. Hoover, no different. Wasn't he gay? Wasn't Edgar J. Hoover gay? And then like Mossad and the Italian mob blackmailed him for being gay. And then that's how they were able to control him. I'm pretty sure Edgar J. Hoover was a homosexual, a closeted gay. Go on 7th. I already went on 7th. Yeah. Well, you know that the Epstein list, the whole purpose of Jeffrey Epstein was to be an asset for Israeli Secret Service so that they can control the most powerful people on the planet with a blackmail ring. And that's just facts. You know, you read all those emails with Jeffrey Epstein, you know, he's calling everybody like Goyim and Goy and shit. So, you know, that kind of tells you how he thinks of just average American people. Yeah, Trump's in the files plenty, you know, and I think part of me thinks that Netanyahu is using those files to control Trump and to get him to, you know, do things against the country's best interest by attacking Iran. Goy and Goyim is a derogatory slur. It's supposed to refer to Gentiles as cattle. We're just outside of Skid Row. We're about to go back. We're gonna go down 5th this time. I didn't work for Harris. What the fuck? I didn't vote for her. Those are all tents on the left. Pitch black down here. Here at this park on the left is where they always yell at me. Here we are again. There's a DJ over here. That's the Weingart Tower right there, the green building. That's like a new housing project that they throw all the bums in. And there's a DJ outside.
coaching, I'm doing what I'm supposed to. B.O.D.P.O. back on my dick soon as the album dropped. Came around that roundabout. They thought I was down and out.
go down Main. Main is like one of the cleaner blocks of Skid Row, relatively speaking. Like the worst blocks are gonna be like Wall Street, San Pedro, Town Avenue, Maple. That's where it's the roughest. And like 5th, 6th, and 7th Street. I would say the heart of Skid Row is San Pedro and 6th, for sure. Because that's where like the projects are at, and then that's also where you got like the homeless shelters, the soup kitchens. They're on 6th Street, close to San Pedro, the big ones. Like the drug treatment centers and shit. There's others like on 4th. I'm not harassing them. What the fuck? Oh yeah, this is so. I'm causing so much harm to them just by driving. Seriously. LA is worse than India? No. I mean, LA can get pretty bad, but India is a whole nother level. India has like 1.5 billion people. It's like 5 times the population of the United States in a much smaller area. Like bruh. They have the toilet epidemic, bro. So, you know, this is Skid Row. Skid Row is like 5 blocks by 3 blocks. India is like a whole damn country. And it's fucked up in a lot of places. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'd prefer... I'd strongly prefer LA over India. If LA became India, I would not live here. That's too much. That's just too much nastiness. No offense to Indians, but you know, there's some problems out there that have gone unresolved for way too long. Like I've watched the travel vlogs, and it's just really a bad look. You know, I'm kind of a Karen when it comes to littering. Like, I don't like it when people throw garbage on the ground. Like, dude, just fucking find a trash can, throw it away. Yeah, I'm sure Florida's crazy expensive. Have you guys heard of James Fishback, the guy who's running for governor out there? I know he wants to put an end to like all the people moving in and the overdevelopment out there. He doesn't want to keep on letting out-of-state people move into Florida. I think it's pretty based, you know? You don't want like a bunch of... you don't want a bunch of Californians coming over and fucking trashing the place, right? Nah. I know some Californians that moved over there. They're good people. And it's not like Florida's without their problems. Like, I heard Jacksonville is super ghetto. Miami has its ghettos too. So it's not perfect. It's far from perfect, but I want to go visit Miami. I've never been. Seems like a pretty poppin' place. Probably would have been better to go when I was single though, because I'm not available for the pickings anymore. But it should still be fun. I want to go back to Vegas again. I want to go to Vegas like twice a year for content, and they have good food, and they got some good hotels out there that aren't expensive that I'm going to gatekeep because I don't want the prices to go up because I said something. But there's some pretty good hotels off the strip that I've been to like a few times, and like everything was clean, the rooms were big, good restaurants nearby, good continental breakfast. But I think the next trip I want to go to, I want to go to China really bad. The flight is expensive, but everything is cheap out there once you get there. And the food is actually really, really good. The best continental breakfast I've ever had in my entire life was in China. And like out there, you can get like 5-star hotels for like 90, $100 a night. A 5-star hotel. What are the odds we hear gunshots? Pretty low. Don't tell Donald Trump you're going to China. Trump doesn't care that much about China. He like chickened out the tariffs. He's not that much of a China hawk. He's an Iran hawk. He's not a China hawk. Dude, I'll totally do a vlog on China, but I can only start doing these travel vlogs for different countries if I have a bunch of people following me on Kick. So all you people on YouTube are watching the stream right now, if you want me to do like travel vlogs in the future where I go to China or I go to San Francisco or Vegas or Miami, I'll gladly do that, but I have to have a following on Kick. So if you want to support me and you want to see, you know, a wider variety of content, give me a follow on Cali Hood page on Kick. Look me up, Cali Hood page, no spaces on Kick, and give me a follow. I'm headed to Westlake right now, by the way. I'm probably gonna go to MacArthur Park for a little bit. Taco Bell Cantina. Okay, I won't gatekeep this place. This place, the Intercontinental Hotel, this thing, on the corner of, what street is this? 7th and Fig, the northwest corner. It's like one of the tallest buildings in LA. That hotel is really good. It's across the street from the EY building. There are more people in India that have never used a toilet than there are toilets in India. Yeah, true. Yeah, it's a hotel. It's like 73 stories high. Not all of it is used for like hotel rooms. Like some of the floors are office space, like in the 20s and the 30s. I think that's all office space. But like the 40s through the 70s, that's all hotel and hotel rooms. It's a little pricey though. I mean, sometimes the prices come down, but you gotta time it, do your research. Why don't I get out and stop being a punk? Get out and do what? There's nothing here. Great suggestion, dude. That hotel, it's called the Intercontinental. And they have, in Cancun, they have an Intercontinental as well, and that place is like really, really good. So if you want to stay at a resort that's not super expensive but still maintains high standards, check out the Intercontinental in Cancun. It was a really great experience. Like, the breakfast was delicious, the rooms were awesome. You know, there was a beachfront right there. The pools were amazing. So if you guys haven't been to Cancun, I highly recommend going. Go to the Intercontinental. It's a great place to stay. I stopped here on my first stream. I don't know if you guys remember it, or if any of you guys were here for my first stream. Let me show you guys real quick. See that tag? Whitmer Street. It's pretty nice. Stay in Newark. No, this is LA. All right, we're almost at Alvarado Street. We're at Westlake. There is culture in LA. I would say the culture is doom scrolling. The culture is just bed rotting and doom scrolling on TikTok and tuning into Cali Hood Page's live streams. Oh, dude, Hopes did a tag right there. That's crazy. There's Yoshinoya, where all the junkies are at. They throw inside this Holiday Inn right here, they throw a bunch of homeless people in there. I think the state of California bought this hotel out, turned into a homeless shelter. That's why there's so many junkies around here. Before 2020, it wasn't like this. If you go on Google Maps and you go to this area, like, this area was not just like a bunch of fucking fentanyl users everywhere. Actually pretty quiet tonight. Might actually want to get a picture of that real quick. You see that 18th Street tag? Fuck, I kind of want to go back and get it. Okay, I'm probably gonna have to hide the camera for this part. I don't want that shit to get snatched. This dude is a loser. Well, you've been tuning into this stream for like an hour now. So, sucks to be you. You're the one who can't fucking leave the chat room. Because you have no life. Alright, let's go. Alright, I'm gonna have to hide the camera for this part. was a little wild. Some guy was just pressing random people from his car, asking if they gangbang. That's the first time I ever saw somebody like show any level of activity in that alley. I've been in that alley many times, but that's the first time I ever seen people get pressed. Hood Page exited his car to see a sign. No. What are you talking about? I didn't steal anything. I took a picture of a hit up in that alley. Here, I'll show you guys what I found in that alley in case you didn't see it when I was driving through there. It's not that good now that Here. Just a little 18 tag in that alley. But now that I look at it, it's kind of not that great. I thought it'd be better. Oh shit, what the fuck? Just found another tag. Some 18th Street tags right there. We got Black Hood's tag right here in Westlake. See? Bloodstone Villains. It's a black gang. Wanderers are still around, yeah. They're not as active as like 18th Street, but they're still around. I don't know. I think it's like an autistic obsession that I take pictures of gang tags. I just started doing it, and at one point I had a huge following on Instagram because I did it. It's better, well, what, you want me to like find a person who's in the process of getting killed? Like the odds of that happening are very low, and if somebody was getting smoked right in front of me, I'd probably worry about my own safety rather than just like filming it, because the cameraman does die sometimes. Cameramen are not immortal. I'm wasting gas because I'm trying to gain a following. It's an investment. Diablo's tag. Hill. What's the hardest part about skydiving without a parachute? Dude, skydiving is not really that ballsy. I went skydiving once and I thought it was boring. It's like, it's only intense when you're about to jump out and when you first jump out for like the first 3 to 5 seconds. And then after that, it's really boring. Because once you hit terminal velocity and you're not accelerating anymore, you don't feel that that feeling of your stomach going into your head. So it's not intense at all. And then the free fall lasts for like, what, 50 seconds? And then you pull the chute. So skydiving is like not that crazy. I think base jumping is crazy. I'll never do that. But I think skydiving, it's like one of those things, you do it once and then you don't really need to do it again. Yeah, the jumpsuit, oh yeah, that shit's actually fucking sick, but I don't even know how you like practice or train for that. I guess you would just start off with jumping out of planes. But yeah, I think jumpsuits are dope, but I'd be so scared to base jump with that. I'd be down to do the wingsuit. I think I'd be down to try that. But jumping out of a plane, not jumping off a cliff. That's not for me. I know my limits. Yeah, tightrope walking. Yeah, I'll do tightrope walking like 3 feet off the ground. I'm not gonna do it like in between 2 skyscrapers. Fuck that. I'll never do that. I'm not that good with heights. No, I don't pop Percocets. Percocets are terrible for you. Don't do oxys, don't do Percocets. That stuff is like hella unhealthy. It'll like destroy the lining of your esophagus and your stomach. I'm just driving around Westlake right now by MacArthur Park. This is the alley that is the border between 18th Street and Rockwood Street. Kind of gnarly of an alley. These two gangs absolutely hate each other. They used to be cool in the 80s, I think. Let's see. Here's a nice tag. Dead rat in the ground. This is all 18th Street. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Turn around? I don't know what that fucking means. Alright, I guess. No, I'm just gonna go down this alley. This shit's looking like the Soviet Union. I don't know. I never been there, but I want to go. Is Randy's Donuts open? Yeah, they're 24 hours. Unless if they close for some unspecified random reason, they're always open. Shit. I just found a sick ass tag. It's okay. I don't need to get that one. What is that? CRS, Crazy Riders. This hood is CRS 13, Crazy Riders. They used to tag a lot more. They still do, I guess. They tag a lot. I don't want to go straight in that alley. I think I won't fit. This guy blocking this shit. Come on, man. What are you doing? Come on. Better move it. You're gonna take another trip? Alright. Alright. There we go. I was gonna be pissed if they were gonna do another trip and just leave the car there. Yeah, you can just fucking double park. Everybody does it. Don't gotta block a whole alley. Jesus, what the fuck are you guys doing? That was a white bitch too. Yeah, I know. Yeah, best YGS. Yeah, at this time I only had like 5 viewers just like a few days ago. Now I got like over 200. That's why I do this. People are like, why do you drive down alleys? I'm like, because I don't want clout. Like, clout makes me sound like an asshole. But you know, I want to be able to do something with streaming and content creation, so it's important to have a lot of viewers. If you don't have viewers, then like you don't have a product that anybody wants to consume. And if your viewership numbers grow, that's a good sign. So if I see the numbers keep growing, that's just gonna motivate me to do this more. Like, if I wasn't seeing any growth, I would have been like, okay, this is retarded. I'm not going to do this. This is another bad alley. Damn. That bitch looks fucking beat. This alley is fucking trashed. All bad. See how fucked up this alley is? It's always been nasty. This is one of the nastiest alleys in Westlake for sure. You guys see that? Yeah, that in the years that I've been doing this, that alley has always been so trashed. Rats running around everywhere. Fucking the stench of piss is stronger there than anywhere else in LA. That's like a fucking toilet right there, brother. Yeah, I'm sure like all the trashy stuff that is displayed in like LA and Portland and New York that's what is shown to everybody in the foreign countries, like, oh, look at how shitty America is. No. Okay, well, you know, like, okay, so we got someone here from London, and he says that he just hears that America is just one giant toilet. But, you know, yeah, there's like good parts and bad parts everywhere. You know, it gets a little extreme over here, as does London. I know I've heard a lot of bad things about London. You know, they don't have gun crime, but they have a lot of stabbings and a lot of sexual assaults. Yeah, so there's definitely there's problems everywhere, but you know, the societies that have the least amount of problems are the ones with like the super strict laws that don't fuck around. You know, like Singapore, they don't fuck around. China doesn't fuck around, and so as a result, they don't have as much of the crime over there that we have. Like Singapore's like really clean. Like if you spit gum on the ground over there, they're gonna beat your ass. Like that's the culture out there, and they're gonna like fucking rat you out immediately. They catch you spitting on the ground. That's such a big no-no. You are not allowed to be trashy in any way, shape, or form over there. And they'll arrest you and they'll beat you with a stick. Last I heard is like if you spit on the ground, they hit you in the ass with a cane 8 times, as hard as they can. Oh. Check out this spa on the left. I love going here. Wee Spa. Place is dope. All right, where should we go now? Cali Hood page, stop pushing secondhand info and what you heard, go visit. You know, most of our knowledge is secondhand. Not everything that you need to know about life is something that you can necessarily experience, because these experiences require money and time. So the next best thing you can do is get secondhand information. I mean, that's what education is. Education is all secondhand information passed down from other people, who got it from other people, who got it from other people. Like, what do you think history class is? It's all secondhand information. So, and yeah, I do definitely intend on experiencing it. I would rather experience it, but the next best thing is to get secondhand information. Oh, there's the MS-13 tags. There. Here. It's MS-13. Where to go? Damn, bro, it's already 4 in the morning. Goddamn. Yeah, I mean, the lighting is bad. It's not terrible here, but it's bad in the side streets. Like, there's parts of Skid Row and South Central where there's no lighting anywhere. Hey, where should I go next? Cause I'm kind of Westlaked out. Like, I don't feel like doing more Westlake. We were there for about an hour. There's IHOP. Go to Modesto. What's this fucking weirdo doing? People are retarded, man. Low Bombs by Ghetto Boys. Someone said 36 in Maple. I was there earlier. I literally was like in the low bottoms towards the beginning of the stream. Like maybe 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago. How much did I pay? What, for gas? Yeah, it's like $6 a gallon. In Torrance, it's a little bit cheaper at like Arco. Like, there's like Arcos in like Wilmington that might be like $5.59 right now, but that's the lowest it's gonna get. And then gas prices are probably gonna go up more. Cause I keep an eye on oil prices every single day, and it's going like vertical. So it's probably gonna be more expensive tomorrow and the day after than the days before. Dude, I bet gas in Tunisia is so cheap. Gas in Tunisia is probably dirt cheap. Like in Libya, which is right next door, gas is like costs the same as bottled water. Might be cheaper than bottled water. I know in Libya it's fucking cheap. In Iran it's pretty cheap too. That's why China was buying their oil from Iran, because Iran was selling everything at a discount. Yep, I'm in the hood. I'm in Francis Loco's MS-13. Pick a prostitute up. There's no prostitutes in this area. And I'm not trying to pick any hoes up, to be honest. It's only 3:45 in Indiana. I've never been to Indiana. I've been to Wisconsin. It's the closest I've ever been to Indiana. You have nice homes. Not if you live in Gary, though. But that's good. You guys walk the straight path and fear God. It pays off. A lot of countries, gas is cheaper, but some of them still got lead in their gasoline. True. Very true. Russian here. Oh, hey, we got the Russian. Здравствуйте. Добрый день. We got the Ruski in the house. I know like random Russian words. Like I know how to say bear. I think you say bear, medved. I love to go to Russia. Putin's a G. I don't think Russians are aware that there's a fair amount of Americans who respect Putin. They see him as a strong leader, doesn't tolerate any bullshit. I don't know too many Russians, but at my restaurant, I had a Ukrainian working for me, and he was a badass for sure. Like Eastern Slavs are tough ass people. They're tough as fuck. Like, people say like Mexicans are like the hardest workers you ever find. Dude, my Ukrainian guy who was working for me was a fucking beast. He was the only person who ever, in all the years worked for me, in all the years I was in business, who ever asked to work 7 days a week. He was from Ukraine. He was a fucking gangster, dude. He had hands too. He knew how to fight. Like, he could probably do a spinning back kick and knock you out. So, yeah, for the most part, like every single Eastern Slav I've ever met was like super, just like solid as an individual. All right, see you, Joe Dirt. We'll see you tomorrow. Hey, I have a question, like, cause like I've noticed that I have regulars who watch this stream now, and they've been here every single night. My question is, like, what'd you guys do before you started watching my stream? Like, what'd you guys do for fun? Like, what'd you guys watch on YouTube? Sheesh. You're doing my mom, okay. Yeah, it's like the fucking 50th your mom joke I've had all stream. The joke's not dead yet. Please keep saying your mom. Your mom, your mom, your mom. Oh my god, dude. Just keep on driving into dead ends. Fuck. Bob Saget. Hey, do you guys remember Tourette's Guy? Did you guys watch Tourette's Guy on YouTube 20 years ago? And like whenever you get pissed, he'd go like, "Oh, Bob Saget." Yeah, Tourette's Guy, he was the shit back then. He's not as funny now because like I grew up, but when I was a kid, that's all we did was like quote him. Wait, hold on. What the fuck was that? You see that tag? It was like Westside Gods 13. Hold on. What the fuck was that? The fuck is this? I'm in the hood because, I don't know, it's like edgy content. That's why I'm here, and people watch it for some reason. They just want to see fucked up shit. They want to see how fucked up LA is. So I just drive to fucked up areas, and then we just like people watch, I guess, and try not to get shot. And I just drive around and I blow like 20 to 25 bucks on gas every single night, and then get like a fucked up alignment in my spine from sitting in my car for too long. That's basically the whole point of this. That's when traffic starts to really pick up, is like around 6. Right now is dead. Like 4 in the morning is dead. 5 in the morning you start seeing a little bit more activity. Not like gang activity, but just like, you know, people driving to work. There's a couple of alleys I want to go through real quick. This is West Side Drifters 13. We're currently in the neighborhood of Pico Union, and all the turf from Venice Boulevard up north to Olympic, and then from Vermont to Hoover Street, and that rectangle, that's the Drifters, and you can see their tag right there on that wall. You can see like a DFS right there on top of the garage. Drifters, that's how they abbreviate it. Am I doing this to bring awareness or to judge people's environments? All the above, probably. I mean, some things you gotta judge. Like, if you have a brain of your own, you should always be judging everything that comes across. And now, how harshly you want to judge something, you know, that's nuanced. But, you know, some things I spread awareness, but some things I look down upon, for sure. There's some things that, like, I can have an open-minded perspective of, but, you know, I'm a very opinionated person. So it's like there's a lot of things to look at, and so I can't just have like a unilateral approach to how I analyze it. It's not like, oh, I'm just gonna talk shit about everything that I see. Not everything is worth talking shit about. And some things can be appreciated to a degree, even if on the surface it looks like shit. So, but honestly, I don't think I get that deep about it. Like, look, I wanted to try something different. I was having a lot of, I was kind of striking out with content creation in certain ways. Like, you know, I was trying to get monetized on Snapchat and it wasn't working. My Instagram got taken down. My YouTube following when I was just posting videos was not growing very fast. And my Facebook has gotten multiple account violations and it might get taken down eventually as well. And my TikTok never really took off to how I wanted it to take off. And so now I'm just trying streaming and I'm noticing I'm getting a decent amount of views. So I'm just doing it because I'm getting views and my viewership is growing. I'm not doing it because it's like, oh, you know, I'm here to like look at new things and judge it. Like, I've already been through all this shit 1,000 times. I'm pretty much desensitized to all of it. Okay? Like, I didn't just start doing this yesterday. I've been doing this for years now. So, like, I can appreciate what I'm looking at, but I also have my own perspectives too. Like, cause like, the shit that happens in these areas is nothing like the cultures of which I grew up in. And there's certain things that I can appreciate, and then there's other things that, you know, I'm like, I'm not really sure how I feel about that. So, yeah, it depends what we're looking at. Yeah, I enjoy this because it's, for me, it's interesting. It's interesting. Like, just because I wouldn't necessarily want it in my own backyard doesn't mean that I don't find it interesting. This guy said, oh, bro started yapping and lost 90 viewers. And sometimes it happens. But it's also late as fuck, man. It's like 4:30. Like, I would expect to lose viewers at this hour. I'm probably losing viewers because we're not going through any shitty alleys or looking at homeless people and junkies and shit. I don't know where else to go, to be honest. I'm just driving around aimlessly. Yeah, dude, I think Twins is unemployed because he's been just hating nonstop for a couple hours now. He's just been like sending death threats to everybody for like 2 hours. You have to respect the effort though. Like he's got stamina. He's got a lot of stamina. Josh says, I actually stayed on stream mostly because I like the mix of your honest insight and opinions mixed with the stream. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna give my honest opinion on things. I don't need a lie to kick it. I'm blunt, but I try not to be disrespectful. Like there's like a fine line where it's like, okay, this is like unnecessary, uncalled for disrespect. I only get disrespectful with people when they like really try to push my buttons, but or if it's just like something that I strongly disagree with, then I might say something disrespectful that I have no tolerance for. But usually, like, you know, I keep it blunt, but I keep it honest. I respect you because you're not on here trying to act like a gangsta like this twins clown. Yeah, I mean, I never professed to be a gangster. I never professed to be a gangster. Like, sometimes I'll say the N-word because I think it's a funny word. And sometimes I'll emulate Crip Mac because I think he's funny. But don't get it twisted. Like, I'm not gangster. I'm not from the streets. Well, I mean, I'm from the streets of Torrance, but Torrance is not like a rough place. But I've been on these streets quite a bit for like the past 3 or 4 years. And I know I didn't grow up here, but I've experienced a lot in that short period of time. I've been on the streets long enough to where I'm desensitized. So does that make me a street person? I don't know. I really don't care if I'm seen as a street person or not. Just, you know, if you like the stream, enjoy the stream. If you don't like it, then hate on it or find something better to do with your time. What race? I'm half white, half Asian. I'm a Asian. Alright, now we're in Burlington Locos. Burlington used to be a clique of 18th Street and then they broke off. Two-thirds of the people on here probably couldn't pass a GED test or have the balls to live stream in the hood like this. True, but you know, I'm not hating on them. Like, you know, I know you're gonna have smart people and stupid people, right? You're gonna have a spectrum, and that's always how it's gonna be. You're gonna have the people who are hard workers, you're gonna have the people who are lazy, you're gonna have the people who are solid, and then you're gonna have the people who are slimy and, you know, weak, and you know, there's always a spectrum. And I don't hate on people for being dumb unless if their stupidity is directly affecting me. Then I might get a little assertive with how I feel about that. And I don't expect everybody to have the balls to do this, okay? Because I'm not gonna lie, when I first started doing this, I was like terrified half the time. I was like, bro, I'm about to get shot right now. Like, I'm about to get like eaten by dogs or stabbed by a crackhead, or I'm gonna get jumped, I'm gonna get robbed. And you know, I've had some pretty scary experiences for sure where, you know, it could have cost me my life. But, you know, you think fast and you adapt to the situation and you just try to think about, okay, how do I survive this shit without shitting myself or dying or getting sent to the hospital? And you kind of learn. You learn what risks to take and what risks not to take. For instance, certain risks that I won't take, at least not right now with the equipment I have, is I wouldn't go back to MacArthur Park and stream while walking around and like make it obvious I'm streaming. Like, that's just like kind of dumb. I won't do that again probably. And I definitely won't even try doing that on Skid Row. They will not hesitate to steal everything I have and break my face into 1,000 pieces. Like, that shit will happen. And then, you know, certain projects, I'm not gonna go inside and film. If there's homies outside posted up, I'm not gonna film them. I'm not gonna talk to them. I would talk to them if I wasn't streaming, you know, gangbangers who are outside. But if they are streaming and I start talking to them, I'm probably putting them in danger, so I avoid doing that. So there's certain do's and don'ts. Here's an 18th Street tag that they did a couple years ago. See that? 18th Street. I'm just being a little shitty because I've been here for over an hour and the trolls shit talking got me a little riled up. Yeah. You know, I'm so used to the internet, like, the trolling doesn't really get underneath my skin that much anymore. It's just like they're always gonna be there. There's always gonna be haters. And like, if you don't respect them as a person, then you shouldn't respect any of the opinions that come out of their mouths. And, you know, I would be hurt by criticism if it was from somebody who I really respected and held in high regard and knew for a long time and looked up to. But if it's just like some random person on stream who I've never met and seems to be a crackhead or whatever, I'm not going to take them seriously. It's not worth your energy, man. It's not worth your energy. You can't, the more emotional you are, the easier you are to manipulate. And so I try to be as stoic as possible. Sometimes I wish I was like a little bit more quick to anger, but I think I accept the fact that I'm just a stoic person who, you know, maybe in some ways that makes me a little bit passive, but I think that also helps me not get killed while doing this. Here's crypto.com arena. That's where the Lakers play. I think the Kings played there too. No, the Kings play at the Forum, I think. Yeah, if you're gonna be a streamer, you gotta have thick skin, because people are gonna call you all sorts of shit. That hotel straight ahead, Hotel Indigo. I stayed there. It's whatever. Not a great hotel. Pretty mid. Intercontinental is way better. But the thing that I will say about Hotel Indigo is that the bar that they have downstairs, they make the drinks pretty fucking strong. I got like an amaretto sour, I think. That shit fucked me up. Yeah, critical thinking over emotional overreacting. Correct. If you're just driven by emotions and impulse, you're no better than an animal. The reason why humans are the most dominant species on the planet is because we embrace thinking before overreacting on impulse. Pondering things before we do something stupid. It's the name of the game. I think the traffic is slowly getting a little worse. What's this guy doing? Is he a city worker? He's like collecting garbage for what? Okay, we're back in downtown LA. Don't know where the fuck I'm gonna go now. It's a nice little view. Go to Huntington Park or Southgate. Ugh. Okay, maybe. I'll head south from here. But like a lot of Southgate and Huntington Park is pretty far away from downtown, and it's far away from the freeways. That's what I don't like about Huntington Park. Hold on. Let me plug in some coordinates into my GPS real quick. I gotta charge my phone too. Hold up. The LA tunnel is always tagged. Tagging crews fuck that shit up every day. Okay. Let's see where to go. Where to go. Huntington Park. Huntington Park's so boring. I'll go to Cudahy. And Bell. Gotta take a piss too. I'll go to Clara Street and Wilcox and Cudahy. What the fuck? Dude, this is bullshit. Dude, my fucking Google Maps isn't working. It's just showing that. So many technical issues tonight. Off we go. And traffic's gonna start picking up soon, so maybe I'll do like one more hour, but that'll be it. But this stream was good. I think I had an average of like over 200 viewers, which is crazy. Like two streams ago, my average viewer base was 87. And then yesterday, my average viewership rate was like 122 viewers. And then I think tonight I might have hit 200 or close to it. Because for a good amount of time, I had like over 300 viewers when I was on the Blade. And so like I figure like if this rate of growth continues, maybe like, I don't know, grow into something big. That's the Graffiti towers on the right. I don't know if I'd ever want to live in downtown LA. I think the suburbs is better, even if you have like a really nice place. If I was to live in one of these apartments in downtown, I would only live there if they had a ping pong table. No ping pong table. I'm not signing that contract then. Fuck that. Okay, I'll be in Cudahy in like 13 minutes. What the fuck? What is this? Where's the fucking... Oh, here we are. Yesterday I forgot to put chapstick on during the stream, and when I was talking my lips split open. Starting to have a little bit of traffic now. Okay, you can go, merch. Don't be a bitch. today. It's not even, it's about to be 5 o'clock too. LA is a city that sleeps, but not for very long. Oh shit, what's going on here? Go find Whack 100. Go find Whack. I don't even know where to look for him. Pacoima? Go get food? Bruh, 4 hours ago I got McDonald's and I forgot to eat my french fries. Now they're all cold and shitty. Whack? You know, I don't really watch No Jumper, so I don't really have a solid opinion on Whack, but from what I can tell, he seems like a politician. He seems to be very crafty with words. He seems to be very good at like deflecting responsibility. Like if he's being accused of something, he's very good at like redirecting it at something else. That's something that I've noticed he likes to do. Yeah, I would say Whack is pretty manipulative. But, you know, being manipulative, it's a sign of high intelligence. Whack is not, he's not like just some stupid gangbanger with, you know, no prefrontal cortex. Like, he's like really, really intelligent. And that's something that you have to give him. I know a lot of people like hate on Whack. And like I said, I can't really form too strong of an opinion of him because I haven't watched enough of his content to really observe what kind of person he is. But the guy's smart as fuck. He's not stupid. He might be made things, but that guy is not stupid. Manipulative people are usually not stupid. You have to be like a sinister person in order to be manipulative. You have to have some balls to be manipulative, and you have to have some leadership skills too in order to change people's minds and to force them and coerce them into thinking or feeling a certain way about something. So I do respect Whack on the basis of his intelligence, on the basis of morals and being authentic. I haven't made up my mind yet. I've seen some signs that he's not very genuine or authentic, but I don't know. I'd have to watch more of his content, but to be honest, like I'm not really interested in No Jumper interviews. Like, you know, they just bring people on and, you know, they try to get a rise out of them and they try to troll the guys with sensitive egos, the interview guests, and to get clips. And for me, it's kind of boring. It's like the same old shit over and over again. So I'm not like a huge fan of No Jumper, but I respect what they built. You know, yeah, Adam's a cuck, and he probably regrets allowing that become his identity, because that's all people say about him now is like, you're a cuck, you're a cuck, and now he has to live with that for the rest of his life. I'm sure he regrets it, but I still respect the work that he's put in to grow his brand and his YouTube channel. We had over 300 viewers when I was at the Blade at like midnight. Hold on. Oh, fuck. It's 18th Street. Fucking bitch. Sometimes they have tags in this empty lot. I don't think I see any. This corner is known to be like super active. Claire and Wilcox. I broke my foot in New York. I was in New York a few weeks ago. I broke it playing ping pong. The Blade was good. Yeah, the Blade was, it was good content. It was better than last night for sure. Because last night I got there really late, so there was less girls. Yeah, right now we're in 18th Street, the K-Dubs clique in Cudahy. What am I trying to do right now? Okay, yeah, I'm trying to go to the park because I gotta take a leak. Cudahy is one of those cities that's really run down. But sometimes it's hard to find tags. That used to always be my complaint about this place and why I would never come here. Because I could never find 18th Street tags. Like I came here like 10 times and they're like, yo, there's always tags there. Like, why do you never come there? And it's like, dude, I've been to Cudahy like over a dozen times and I never find shit. It's a waste of my life. But found something, finally. I guess after Cudahy, I'll take Florence all the way back to South Central. Cudahy is like notorious for like being a city. Like, I think there was some scandal where a city council woman was like working with the gangs to keep ICE out. They were working with like the street gangs or some shit. I remember reading that. And then they were trying to like drop some federal charges on her. There used to be an active DIA clique around here, Diablos, but I haven't seen any tags from them. This is a park, right? Shit, boy. Go to Crenshaw and walk around. That's on the other side of town. I can't do that tonight. We don't have enough time for that. I'm just here to take a fucking piss. That's it. Go to Hoover. That's where I was at the beginning of the stream. I was on Fig. Do I know anything about the gangs in Rampart? Yeah. I've ran into them plenty of times. Yeah, black gangs, they're actually surprisingly nice to white people, unless they want to rob them and steal their watch or some shit. Like, I've gone and met some of like the most active gangs who are like notorious for putting in like a lot of work and dropping people. And I asked him directly, I was like, if you were to see like a white guy like me just walking down your block in the heart of your hood, what would you guys do? And they said like, yeah, we just like probably stare at you, but we wouldn't do anything. Probably just like, you know, curious what you're doing, but they wouldn't like threaten just some random white dude in their hood just because he's walking down the street. And that came from a hood that is like, you know, pretty notorious and well known in LA. And they told me that when I was doing a hood vlog with them. Yeah, I don't want to generalize and say that like blacks only see other blacks as threats, because there's certainly hoods out there that got problems and issues with Mexicans too, for sure. Like I think 60s is like 60s has some beef with Mexican hoods. Like I saw like rolling 60s and Gardena crossing each other out once. Like they drove all the way to Gardena to fucking tag in their hood along Western Avenue. And then they were crossing each other out. But 60s doesn't beef hard with like any Mexican gangs. Like they beef hard with like, yeah, other black gangs like Hoovers, Brims, and Inglewood families. Those are like the main ones. But you go to like Rolling Hundreds, like they're closer to, like Rolling Hundreds, they would probably beef with Malditos. I guess Rolling 60s would beef with Malditos too, because they're cool with Crenshaw Mafia. And they push CK pretty hard. F-13 won the war against the East Coast Crips. I don't know. Yeah, but East Coast is still around. Like, and it's like, I think, I don't know who dropped more people, but East Coast dropped a lot of people from F-13. So in the end, it's like, did anybody win? Like, when you look at gang wars, I don't really look at it as like people have, you know, someone's like a winner or a loser, you know, especially if like you don't gain anything from wiping them out. It's not like, you know, 1,000 years ago, you go conquer another village, you get their women, you enslave their population, you steal all their gold, their livestock, you repossess their land and claim it as your own. Like, if you wipe out a bunch of people from a rival gang, you don't get compensated for it in any way. It's like, so are you really winning? Like, you know, when you win a war against another country, like, you know, you might be able to like install a puppet government that supports your regime, and that can be beneficial, or you can get their resources, or you can expand your territory, your borders. But with gangs, it's like, you know, do you really gain anything by winning a war? Like, what is the benefit of beefing with another gang? Like, is it just an ego thing? Like, hey, you know, we're deeper and we're more down to like shoot people, and so you just get bragging rights? Is that all you get if you win a war against another hood? Bragging rights, like, oh yeah, see, we're better. But is that it? Is that enough? I feel like that's like empty. You know, it's not, you know, war is hell. It's like, is there any part of that is like fulfilling at the end of the day? Money and revenge, yeah, but it's like, you know, you get your get back, well then your enemies are gonna get you back again, and so it's just like more people dying, and it never ends. And you hear about like all the older homies, they always say in the interviews, you're like, yeah, like all of my homies are dead, I'm the only one left. And it's like, you know, was the death for anything? That's the thing that you gotta kind of ask. Like I have a hard time convincing myself that there's like benefits really of joining a gang. Like there's a reason why older people don't do it. It's like the only real benefit that I can see is like when you're in high school or middle school, it's like kind of like protection. Like somebody's picking on you and fucking with you because you're like someone's brother or whatever, and it's like you need to surround yourself with tough people so that you stop getting fucked with. I know that's one reason why some people join hoods. Some other people join the hoods because it gets glorified as like, you know, something that makes you respected in the community. And you know, like there's some things about gangs that can be admirable. Don't get me wrong. Like, you know, I've seen some street gangs actually do some positive things within their own community. And that's something that I've kind of told to like people. I'm like, you know, yeah, like, you know, you have your gang, but you have to remember you share the turf with other people who live there and pay taxes and own homes and, you know, are trying to like, you know, stay out of trouble and just make an honest living. And it's like, you gotta respect those people too. It's like, you know, you gotta, if you're a gang member, you have to always be respectful to the people that you live with, because if you're not, then they'll always call the cops on you. They'll snitch on you so fast, and they won't care if you label them as a snitch. They'll just want to get rid of you. So like, you know, like I would think like, you know, some neighborhoods, if the gangbangers are like too loud all the time on weeknights, yeah, I can see the neighbors like calling the cops on them constantly. Yeah, gangs control the hood, but like it's different degrees. You know, like some hoods really got their neighborhood on lock, and like, you know, if you're a civilian, you kind of almost gotta live in fear a little bit. But other hoods, it's like, you know, they don't have a presence on every block. You know, a lot of the turf that they claim doesn't really have a lot of activity. Boy got killed by the cops. R.I.P. But hey, you know, like, I try to not have to deal with cops by just like following most of the rules. Like when you don't follow the rules, you attract attention from them, and then, you know, cops they can be dicks. Dude, this guy almost like fucking rear-ended me in a Hellcat, of course. Like a fucking dumbass. Yeah, you're cool. You drive a Camaro. Sounds like a fart machine. I was in the projects earlier today. I went to one project, maybe two, but that was way earlier in the stream. I'm not really near any projects, not in this area. This area is still the hood. This is Huntington Park. It's like all Mexicans. Yeah, you had to tune into the stream at like around 1 in the morning. I was at the PJs. Yeah, cops, gangs, political parties, they're all just organizations trying to hold on to power. Yeah. Well, I think like most civilians, they prefer the police over the gangs running shit. Because like most people are law abiding. Like even in the hood, like they might not necessarily believe in calling the cops, but that's mostly just out of fear for repercussion, not because they don't believe that a police force shouldn't exist or whatever. Like most law-abiding citizens want a police force. They want more cops, not less. Like most of like the older heads, like in Compton, they want more cops. They don't want less police. I'm a crazy ass white boy? Not really. Going up in the hoods like that? Okay, I'd be crazy if I tried to like talk shit to them. Like if I like every time I interact with a gangbanger, I escalate the situation, then I'd be crazy. I don't escalate shit because I think that's stupid. Because if I was always trying to escalate shit and turn up, you know, then I'd be kind of LARPing like as a wannabe gangbanger. It's like I have no business doing that. I'm a 35-year-old fucking white dude who grew up in a good area. Why would I want to escalate a situation? So I don't think being crazy is a good thing in the hood. I think being crazy and being mentally unstable actually is not beneficial for anybody. Not beneficial to yourself, not beneficial to your neighborhood, not beneficial to your homies. Just bring a lot of heat to yourself and everybody around you. So I don't think being a loose cannon is good. And you can watch interviews of guys in the mafia, made guys, and in the interviews, a lot of them, especially like Michael Franzese, he says like being a loose cannon in the mafia is like no good. Like they probably wouldn't even initiate you into the mafia, into La Cosa Nostra. And they probably would keep an eye on you, and if you take shit too far, they might even kill you. Like Roy DeMeo, they had to kill him because he was too much of a loose cannon. He was killing too many people and bringing heat, bringing the cops, bringing the feds, making hella enemies with other families and shit. We're finally leaving Huntington Park. We're crossing over into South Central. Alameda Street's the border. Yeah, Tommy and Goodfellas got whacked by his own. I never watched the full movie, but I think he was a hothead. He was out of control. And, you know, one guy like that can ruin the whole fucking thing for everybody. So, like, just being an animal is not... It's like, that shit is blown up like it's a great thing to be like this crazy dude. And it's like, okay, people are afraid of you, but it's to the point where you're a problem and you're outnumbered by people who feel that way about you, and they might do something. They're not as crazy as you, but they still have the capacity to do something to you. And like, you know, if you're crazy and you just are hella impulsive, you're gonna do disrespectful things to other people and step on toes, and people are gonna get fed up with it. And if you're doing that in a gang, I can imagine that there would be very serious repercussions for that. And, you know, there's like certain gangs that I've dealt with where like their members, like, they're notorious as a neighborhood, but they're very controlled. Like Florencia, I would say Florencia is one of those hoods where they're pretty disciplined from what I've seen. Because, like, I'm an outsider, right? And so whenever they see me come around and like I start talking to them, they're respectful, but they keep everything very short. And if I ever ask like any questions regarding like, hey, can I like, you know, film here or take pictures? They never give an answer if they're a youngster. If they're like under the age of like 20, they don't try to have authority over anything. They always like ask the older homie, you know? Like, so I think Florence, they're like disciplined and structured compared to a lot of other gangs that I've seen. And like, you know, they never talk too much. They keep their mouth shut. Except in like maybe like the hood vlogs. They do a lot of hood vlogs, which I'm sure the older members don't love. They're probably not a big fan of that. But yeah, F13, I would say overall they're pretty disciplined as far as street gangs go. Yeah, they have respect for their hierarchy, no, for sure. Yeah, you can't, that's a very good analogy, 100 chefs in one stove. Yeah, you can't have everybody like calling the shots and doing their own fucking program. It's like, dude, no. We're gonna take the best leaders within the organization who are intelligent, who factor in a bunch of different variables, and they're gonna make the rules, and you follow them like they're the fucking Bible, and you're not gonna question them. And if you do, you know, it's not going to be a slap on the wrist. And I think, like, you know, I'm not promoting like gang activity. I'm not saying like join a gang. I'm not saying like join a gang because, you know, certain gangs are organized fucking factions or whatever. I'm just saying that any organization has to have rules and structure, and you can take that a step further with just like society. And that's why, you know, most civilians, they believe in law and order, because they think that for things to work and function properly, you have to have structure, and that's what law and order provides. Buster, right? Okay, yeah, fuck it, I'll go down Central. Got like Bethune Park. I kind of don't want to explore Florence too much because there's no tags. Like, what's the point? Florence is not what it used to be. We can go to Bethune Park or we can go to the Malditos block. I don't know if the 40 Crips are the most violent gang, man, in LA. Like, this year, I don't know about that. I haven't heard about enough homicides in the west side of South Central to think that's plausible. Go to 111th Street to South Los. Nah, I think I'd rather go to 117th Street because I already was in Green Meadows earlier today. Who does the most murders? Shit, I don't know, but what I can say is, god damn, I think who does the most murders is probably drunk drivers. Negligent drivers probably kill the most people. So if that's considered a gang, but like an actual street gang, I don't know. But a lot of people have been getting dropped in Hawthorne lately. Hawthorne and Lawndale. Like that's the area that's been hot for like 2 or 3 years. Like repeatedly hearing about killings, shootings over and over again. Some guys I know got arrested for shootings and shit, so yeah, there's definitely a lot going on there, like 147th Street, Rosecrans. Like that area is not, it's not quiet when it comes to violence. There's a lot of violence out there in Hawthorne. And the gangs out there, dude, it's like there's quite a few. It's like Lawndale 13, Sutrese Diablos 13, Lil Mobsters 13, Muertos 13, 139th Street, Hawthorne Lil Watts. Then you got all the black gangs, like you got Thug Family, Mad Ass Gangsta Crip, 11-8, Hawthorne Pyru, Shotgun Crips in the area too. So there's like a lot of different gangs. All these walls, like on 58th, 59th, every single one of these walls used to be tagged up like from one side to the other every day. I wonder how many people they fucking busted in the Rico, because I'm telling you, like, Florence looks so nice compared to a year ago. Like, dude, if it stays this way, they're gonna start gentrifying the fuck out of it. No lie. Like, around here, you would also normally see, like, tags from, like, all these walls on the left. Like, you'd see not just F13 tags, but, like, a lot of cross-out action from, like, 5-9 East Coast Crip and the Pueblos. Go down an alleyway. There's not too many alleys around here. Not too many alleys. There's like the one-way street. The alleys are more like in the 7-6 Malos. Malos Clique has a lot of alleys. Gangsters Clique, their section has a lot of alleys. You have to go like to the 70s. Right now we're in like the 50s and the low 60s by Bethune Park. Oh, there's one F13 tag. Okay, yeah, one F13 tag. That's like So little. There's like a baby one on Bethune. We'll do a Bethune Park run real quick. At Bethune. Go to 55th Street, you 5 me? That's funny. Got some F-13. No, I'm doing this with my phone. I don't have meta glasses. I was thinking about getting some, but I always thought it was a little burnt that when you're recording, it shows like a red light. I don't like that about them. We'll go down Hooper. We'll go down Hooper. I gotta make my way back to where I stay at. It's already fucking morning. What's going on here? We're just streaming bad areas in Los Angeles. That's what I do. I just go to like the worst areas and then people just observe what's happening. It's basically the gist of it. Like, I don't know, like crackheads, homeless people, drug addiction, gang activity, housing projects, you know, any of that stuff. Right now we're in South Central. I was in Dark Side last night. I was in the 40s last night. We were going up and down Hoover Street, down 43rd. Yeah, around here there's some alleys in the Malos. But it's not as interesting to go down these alleys as it used to be because the F-13s don't tag as much as they used to. Like every liquor store, every corner store was just like blasted with spray paint every day. And now it's like always clean when I drive past. Go to the Menlo. I was at Menlo earlier tonight when I was on the Blade. And we were in the Menlos yesterday too. Right now we're the F13 85th Street clique. We're in their hood right now. This liquor store right ahead of us usually has a bunch of tags on from Florence and Kitchen Crib, 87th Street. But not today. Kind of boring. Honestly, I've been up all night. Like, you know, I'm just referring about the graffiti. There's not as much graffiti as there used to be, and the buffers don't start working until like around this time. So if they got active last night, we would be seeing it right now, and we're not really seeing all that much. I saw like a few tags from the Malditos, and that's basically it. So it's not as active. Not as active or grimy as it used to be. Okay, we're on Manchester now. I just found a good tag on McKinley. Let's get that real quick. Circle back. This is like the border between BMS and F13. Mad Swan Blood Gang. We'll get a picture of that too, real quick. Alright. Yeah, so that was a Swans tag. That's a Blood Gang down here in South Central. They beef it with all the Crip hoods here too, and I think they beef it with BMS. I met a guy from Swans from 79th Street. Oh, look at the doggy. Hey, doggy. Hey, buddy boy. Yeah, I met this older homie from Swan 79th Street, and I was actually really impressed. He's like very, very sharp individual, very smart. He had like autism intelligence, which is kind of rare from what I've seen in gangbangers. But he seemed to be like really, really sharp. focus for a second. I have to do another loop around. I'll go down the alley this time. Oh, can't go too fast here. Oh, this alley fucking sucks. Jesus. Yep, this is South Central. Days like these, I wish I had SUV or a truck. This alley's not like the most trashed alley, but it's in terrible condition. Nonetheless. Yeah. It's all potholes. There's not even like a flat area that you can drive on. It's just bumpy the whole way. Alright. I'm gonna quickly get a picture of this shit real quick. Blame it on the ops? I don't know. Nah, I don't like lying about injuries to make myself look tougher. I don't really do that. I've never really done that. A cop for sure. while surfing? No. I hate surfing. Actually, I shouldn't say I hate it, but I don't do it. I've done it twice. I'm not a surfer. I'm not in the 60s. I'm in the Swans. I'm about to hit... Actually, yeah, I'm in the Swans. This is Central Ave right here. This is like the first time I'm streaming and there's actually a little bit of sunlight. This is new. Imagine if I took some Adderall and I just did like a 24-hour stream. I would get so twacked out. You catch me on stream like trying to steal people's bikes, shoplifting from 7-Eleven. Then you start seeing like all these threads on Reddit popping up about me being a smoker. I guess in a different timeline, that could be a reality. All you want is 36 and Maple? Bro, I was there like earlier. I was in your hood earlier tonight. Bro, and I was definitely there last night. I definitely went through 36th Street last night. Don't worry, I'm gonna do another stream again in, you know, like 18 hours. I'll do another stream. I don't know where I'm gonna go, no promises, but I want to stream every day, and LA is only so big. Hey, maybe I'll go to Orange County tomorrow. Orange County, because I know at 36th Street they have a small hood out there in Santa Ana, and I think 36th Street has a click in like what, Lake Forest? Like they have like a trailer park, I think, or some shit down there by what's the name of that hood? What's the name of that one hood? El Toro. There's the Roscoe. We just passed the Roscoe's that one rapper from the East Coast got killed at for his chain. I forget what his name was, but that guy was such a dumbass. Like, why would you go to the Roscoe's here in a fucking Lambo and wear like this gold chain without security? Like, that is so unbelievably retarded. That was like a Darwin Award move. I don't know why the fuck he did that. Oh, his name was P&B Rock. Yeah, that fool. P&B Rock, that guy got smoked at that Roscoe's on Main and Manchester. That guy was a straight up dumbass. Like, I can't think of a dumber thing that you could do in this area. You know? People say that what I do is dumb. I'm like, nah. I have my limits. There's limits to what I would do. And he got smoked in 8-7. Main Street is across the street. The 8-4s are across the street on the other side of Manchester. Roscoe's is on the south side of Manchester. It's on the southwest corner of Maine and Manchester. That's 8-7 Gangster Crib. Sometimes you see 18th Street tags on this corner coming up on the right. I asked a guy from 8-7, because I linked up with him at the park once. I was like, hey, do you, you know there's like an 18th Street clique around here, right? He's like, oh, I never seen him. I never heard of him. I was like, really? Because they tag. I guess he's never really ran into him. We're about to head into like where the 9-4 Hoovers are at. Like you get the 8-7s, the 9-7s, the 9-4 Hoovers. Who else? And the main streets tagging on this stretch. So this is like a good place to find black tags sometimes. I think there used to be a Ghetto Boys clique down here too. Like, I think kind of closer here, there's like a Southside Players clique. Yeah, there's no Norte around here. Yeah, most black hoods share a hood with Mexicans, but not like their whole hood, not for every single black gang. Like there's black gangs that don't share hoods with Mexicans, like BPS. They, like the Jungles, they don't share their hood with Mexicans. They kicked 18th Street out. Like the Rancho Park clique, they used to be in the Jungles, I think, and then they got removed from there. Who else? Who else? What black hoods don't share a hood with Mexicans? I don't know. That's actually a really good question. Rolling 20s share their hood with hella Mexicans. Rolling 30s, they share their hood with Alley Tiny Criminals. West Boulevard and Gear Gang. Well, Gear Gang kind of got kicked out, but they're with 18th Street. Biddy Stone's got a bunch of small Mexican gangs in that area. You got like the Lost Angels. I think they beef with all of them. You got the Bronson Avenue, Tiny Insane Criminals, 3rd Avenue down to Shoot. That's all like BPS Biddy side. And the Easy Riders, 28th Street Easy Riders, they're up in there too. Rolling 40 shares their hood with Street Villains on the dark side area. 50 shares their hood with the 5-4 Tiny Locos, 18th Street. Menlo's and the 6-7s, I think F13 claims their hood. Some South Lows tags. Rolling 60 shares their hood with Florencio. You wouldn't know it's Rolling 60's hood if you weren't a local, because you only see F13 tags everywhere. The other night when I was on West Boulevard, Inglewood families were tagging up the 60's hood. And then the Inglewood the Inglewood 13s for sliding through too. So rolling 70s shares a hood, or they beef with F13, or they used to. 8 Tray shares their, well, they don't share their hood, but there's disputed turf between them and like Southside Locos, Evil Clan, and then there's one more hood that begins with the letter O. It's like, it's not OBS, it's like, I forget the name of the hood, but there's like a Mexican hood in the heart of 8 Tray. Rolling 90s doesn't share a hood with any Mexican gangs, but they used to. BMS used to be in Rolling 90s, and I think they're still cool with each other, but BMS doesn't have any presence in the 90s anymore. Underground Crip doesn't share their hood. The 111s and the 115s, they don't share their hood with any Mexicans. Imperial Village, I think, shares their hood with 18th Street. 18 kind of took over Center Park's hood. And then in Compton, it's like all fucking Mexican, black mixed. Oh shit. I just saw a 119th Street Bagos tag. There. We gotta get that one. I don't have too many from them. Hoovers share their hood with like 18th Street Pee Wee Winos. Who else? 82nd Street Los Gangsters. There's like another hood called 7th Monos in the Hoovers. I don't know if they're still around. Inglewood Families doesn't share their hood with Mexicans. Centinela Park and Inglewood 13 beef over the same blocks, I think. Malditos and Crenshaw Mafia share the same hood. Why don't you band together and form a super gang? Ego. People can't forgive or let go of certain shit that's happened in the past. And also, like, you know, there's probably a lot of incentive for, like, you know, the CIA and the cops to make sure that gangs don't get along with each other. Here, take a look. The Bagos, 119th Street. This is rare. You don't see this very often. There's like a car right there. I wonder if that was the guy who fucking was tagging that shit. You know what? I think that guy was the guy who fucking wrote it. Yeah, you know where I'm gonna go? I'm gonna go to the Socios Alley. On like what, 119th? No, 121st and Avalon. On the left is like 11-8 East Coast, and on the right is Athens Park. There's some parts of this alley that they never buff out, like that. That's been there for a couple years. Not a lot of tags. See a couple on the ground. Well, I think the government does a lot of things to keep people divided. If you read certain Zionist literature, like just doctrine that they use in order to achieve global domination, you can see the things that they do to try to like stir the pot and keep people divided as a distraction from their power grab. So, you know, obviously like pushing stuff like, you know, dividing people with like racism, trying to spread blasphemy against religion, you know, things like these. These are all tools to keep a nation from being strong and unified, because there's definitely strength in unity. There's no questioning that. And but if you want to undermine a nation and take it over and use it as like a host, as if you're like a parasite or something, the only way that you can do that is if you destroy nationalism, you destroy the culture, you destroy like national identity, you destroy religion. You do these things, you can weaken the nation and control the people much more easily. And you replace religion with materialism. Make people super shallow. And destroy the family. Make the men all addicted to porn, and make the women degenerate, slutty. All those things weaken a nation. Bring in drugs, try to legalize them, you know, import as many drugs as possible. You just want to turn a population into a bunch of people who aren't solid. If you want to overthrow a regime and replace it with like a puppet state or whatever. Yeah, exactly. And that's what they've done with our country for sure. It's like some shit that the CIA would do to another country. Like spread pornography, drugs, try to create division, you know, just manipulate people, control their education system, control the financial system. Yeah, shit is fucked. It's pretty cooked. Speaking of cooked, this road is fucking fucked up. There's Athens Park on the right. the G13s. Actually, you know what? We'll go to Thug Family. Hey guys, should I go to Hawthorne or Gardena? G13 or Thug Family? Which one? Let's go to the Blade. It's like Barrio Trece. B13. It's like 135 Piru. And South Los. Yep, prime real estate for sure. Faux shizzle. Faux shizzle my nizzle. Remember when people used to say that like 25 years ago? My armpits smell great without deodorant. Okay. You must be really skinny, or you must be Asian, and you must be a woman. The only girls who don't really get BO are Asian women who are skinny. If she's fat, then she's got BO, but if she's skinny, probably no BO. Eastern Asian, I must add. Like, if right now I'm kind of skinny, so I don't really get BO that much. But if I put on like 30 or 40 pounds, I start stinking. I have to wear deodorant. Oh damn, they fucking changed the color of these apartments on the left. They used to look like way ghetto, now they look way nicer. These apartments on the right are kind of ghetto. That's like the Raymonds. This is the border of the Raymonds and the Paybacks. You missed a pothole. What's some books to read? The one that I'm reading right now is called The Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. Just Google search Protocols of Zion and it should pop up. That's a book that I read. It's like, yeah. Okay, someone said Gardena. I'll go to Gardena and then I'll probably call it in 20 minutes. Be careful, Hood. You close to the trenches. Kinda. But the thing is like in the most violent areas, that's where I know the most people. Like, the people who fuck the most, who fuck with what I do the most, are like the people in the worst areas. Like this area, like South Los, Gardena, they all fuck with my content. Cabrones, fucking Rolling Hundreds, they fuck with my content. Go back on Fig and look for Portia. She owes me $10. What's the $10 for? Is it for like herpes cream? Red states are welfare states. I think every state here to a degree is a welfare state. I mean, California is definitely a blue state. Every state has some degree of socialism. It varies, but there's definitely like welfare in America in general. Like, you know, we have like Medi-Cal, Medicare, but taxes pay into those programs. So like those programs aren't gonna like bankrupt our country. What would bankrupt our country would be, oh geez, I gotta look at the budget, the latest budget that we had. But certainly spending a lot of like billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars on missiles and shit for another Middle East conquest is not gonna help. Because of how much money we owe and the inflation that we can't control, our interest rates keep on going up and up. They won't come down. They'll probably only start coming down if, well, we'd have to concede to Iran, and we'd have to make a lot of concessions to them, or we'd have to like nuke them like 50 times to get them to quit. We'd have to like genocide the entire country to get them to do what we want. So I think interest rates are going to stay high for a cool minute until there's like a huge stock market crash. Then interest rates may go down for a little bit. Like I wouldn't buy bonds right now. You want to buy bonds when you think inflation's going to start going down, not when it keeps going up. It's not when you buy bonds. Like right now, maybe want to buy like Chinese yuan, short dollars, and short bonds. The gas is pretty high. What about it? I just don't give a fuck. 2013 tag. Gardenia. El Gardenia. Oh, that guy looks like he smells like shit. Look at this dude. Fucking smoker right there. Ugh. He smells terrible. Did Gardena stop tagging? I wonder why. Sheesh. Where am I at? I'm in Gardena. See? Oh, they fucking buffed it out. We're in Eastside Gardena, homie. Eastside Gardena way. What's the most active hood I've been to? I've been to all of them, so. Most active? Shit. That's hard to tell. Like, in order to know how active a hood really is, you have to be like a cop, a detective, or a fed, or an actual member. And I'm none of those things. And I usually don't even ask the gangbangers too many questions either. You know, because I'm not trying to annoy them. And that's why I kind of laugh when like people accuse me of being a cop. I'm like, bro, you have no idea how ignorant I am. I don't know shit about anything. And honestly, there's probably a lot of stuff I don't want to know about. Like, I don't need to know everything. I really don't care that much. With certain things, I just try to mind my own business. I will say 18th Street's pretty fucking active though, and a lot of their cliques are pretty active. Florence, they're pretty active. You know, who else? 40s, rolling 40s, they're active. Here's a random one, but 204th Street used to be really active. I used to see them outside all the fucking time. They were like always outside. Every fucking day. I would bump into them every day. We're in Los Angeles right now. Well, we're in Carson. No, not Carson. Yeah, we're in Harbor Gateway / Carson. Gas is not $9.90 a gallon, bro. You need to check your info. It's like $6. The place I go to, I pay like $5.69, not $9.90. What the fuck are you talking about? Still high, but it's like, bro, what I'm trying to do here is an investment. This is like a new business for me. Any new business costs money, And if you can't accept the fact that there's going to be startup costs with a venture, then you should never go into business. This is the barrier to entry. This is the price that I'm willing to pay. I'm willing to pay for gas so that I can get viewers, I can grow my channel, I can grow my YouTube channel, try to funnel them over into Kick, and then I can start actually making some, you know, okay money off of this. Right now, it's my first week. I'm not making any money. I'm not expecting to make any money on my first fucking week. You know, I'm only expecting to lose money, but, you know, you gotta pay to play. You gotta put your money where your mouth is, and that's exactly what I'm doing. No shame about it. What percent of gangs are co-ed? I don't know, like percent? I don't know. Well, I know most black gangs they jump in girls. Mexican gangs, most of them have like a ladies clique. So I would say like most of them, if not all of them. It was only like the Italian mafia. I don't know about like every fucking mafia around the world, but I know Italian mafia. You could not join the mafia if you were a chick. That was a big no-no. Because women were seen as like easy to break, easy to crack when pressured by police, so they didn't let any chicks get initiated into their thing. They could be, if they're good earners, they could be associates. But, you know, you had to like have an Italian mother. Like you could be 50% Italian, but you had to be Italian on like your mother's side. Kind of like the Jews, you know, like you're Jewish based on like whether your mom's Jewish or not. And then you can't be a woman. You have to be a man with high standing and be respected for them to consider you. You're very smart. You talk like a very smart man. Why not do something else? This is actually smart. Like I get to just fucking drive around and yap, and then I could potentially monetize this in the future. So I had other things going for me, but they didn't turn out as planned. Like I had like some AI video pages on Snapchat. I have like over 500,000 followers on Snapchat, but they're not letting me monetize my shit. So, you know, and then I had 7 Instagram pages get taken down recently, faceless pages. And so, like, you know, I was doing pretty good on social media, but there's like a lot of risks with what I was doing, so I needed to change shit up. And so this is me experimenting with streaming. It's completely new, and the reason why I'm doing it is because every time I stream, I get like, you know, I get more viewers than the previous time. And if I see growth potential in something, I go all in. No questions asked. It becomes my new lifestyle. So I don't feel bad about what I'm doing, even if I'm not getting paid right now, or paid yet. I see it as a risk worth taking. I actually don't even want to be a streamer because I don't want to be famous. But for the right price, I'll do a lot of things. So fuck it, here we are. Get a job. Get a job? Nah. I just want to be a unemployed trust fund baby. So much better that way. We just went through the T flats. I couldn't find shit. The content is driving through bad areas and looking for ghetto shit to look at. That's the context, but I usually kill the stream by like 4 or 5 in the morning. I'm just letting it go on because I'm a crackhead. Dude, if I had to go back to just working a regular job, I would probably just do food delivery again. I don't want to deal with bosses, office politics, fuck all that. I'd rather work 80 hours a week for myself than 40 hours for a boss. The last real job I had was I was working a sales job, and then my boss stole money from me and he refused to give me my paycheck. He turned out to be a scam artist, so I sued him and I won. He's a fucking dumbass. Like, he literally texted me that he owed me money, so there was proof that, you know, he owed me money, and he said the dollar amount. And then so I brought before a judge, and he was too much of a bitch to show up to court. And he owed me like $2,000, maybe $2,500, but I just sued him for the maximum. I sued him for $12,500, and I won the case. So that's what happened with the last job I worked. He was like my friend, and then he fucked me over, and then he started ducking me and ignoring my calls when I kept bugging him for the money. So I was like, okay, bitch, I'll just take you to court, and then we'll let the judge sort things out. So now, like, I don't think he'll ever be able to get a loan again until he pays me the full $12,500. And each year he doesn't pay, I think, what he owes. There's like 10% interest that gets tacked on. So he can duck it forever, but it's never going to go away. Dude, tree huggers? Dude, are tree huggers even a thing? I feel like liberals, they care way more about other shit. Like, they care about like the gays and the transsexual shit, and they care about immigrants. I think the focus of like the far left is like immigrants. They want no borders, no ICE, and they want no police, no cops, just anarchy. And I think they're focused on like communism. During like when Biden was president, I was seeing like a lot of like communist posters being put all over the place in LA. Like, they're like trying to have like meetings and clubs and shit. I don't think California cares about like the environment. If they care, dude, if they cared so much about the environment, then they wouldn't be tolerating all these homeless people. Like, they actually prefer to have it be dirty with all these crackheads everywhere shitting all over the place and littering and cleaning up and making the environment look nice. So I don't think the left wing really cares about the environment that much, because they're okay with the city being dirty. So things changed over the past like 10, 15 years. with what their values are. That was like a 2006 thing. 2008. Actually, no, 2008 was like Occupy Wall Street, or 2009. Yeah, I don't know. Look, like, I don't know how we prevent all the forest fires and the brush fires that we get in the foothills and shit. Yeah, people don't really smoke crack anymore. Yeah, the tenderloin's pretty fucked up. I hear Oakland's a mess too. LA is ass. I'm gonna go home soon, or I might go to the gym first, but yeah, I think I'm gonna kill the stream right now, guys, because I'm done. We're not even in the hood anymore. So thanks for watching, and I should be streaming again 9-10 p.m. Pacific time. I'll be back on, and I'll do another overnight stream. I've been doing this for like almost 8 hours. Have you ever had issues with a PBC? They can locate you being live. No, I've been doing this for a week, so I really haven't had issues like that yet. Is it easy to get a job in an apartment there? You know, there's like a lot of like illegals who like, they get jobs doing like Uber Eats pretty easily, but it is kind of expensive out here. So there's probably places that are much easier if you need a fresh start. I wouldn't recommend doing LA if you need a fresh start. Like, I would go somewhere else. Like, it's probably easier to start over in Texas than it is in LA or California. Where am I? I'm in Torrance. And, like 16 hours. I gotta get some sleep. But it's been nice chatting with y'all. And hopefully I'll see you again. Alright, stay up guys. Have a nice day. Peace out.